Hello, can y'all hear me? Am I loud and clear? Am I good? Huh? Yes, sir. What's up, Oz? He said, yes, sir. All right, we in this thing. I got Slew Surfer waiting. See what the title. So yeah, I'm gonna start. I tried to wait for some more people to come in. I'm gonna start. They just have to show one show. Uh, these are- What's up, man? What's up? I'm about to get this show started. So today we talking about religion, racism, and respecting beliefs. Right? Religion, racism, and respecting beliefs. And I've been, I got my own opinion on this, and I just wanted to see what everybody else got to say. I don't know if, because I know we talked about it in the past, but I don't know if everybody like actually, went in on this shit. Let me see what this is. Hold on. Hello,
Hey,
hello.
what's up?
Whew, shit, this thing loud.
You all right?
Yeah, nah, it's loud in my headphones.
Okay, I can adjust my shit down a little.
No, no, you good, you good. Oz, what's up, man?
What up,
Let me.
man? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. All right, y'all gonna get on camera? Or y'all gonna hide behind these letters?
I got my
I'm a,
camera on. I don't know what's going
No,
on.
that was just a joke. I was just
Oh,
joking. Yeah.
no, I'm on
So
my way
yeah,
home.
religion.
I'm on my way home.
I'm listening.
When I get on my computer, I'll turn my camera on.
Okay, okay. So, religion, racism, and respecting beliefs. Right. So, I want to hear what everybody got to say because when I talk about religion, my go-to comparing like the go-to thing that I like to compare it to is racism. You have people who are religious saying to respect beliefs, and you got people who don't agree with the beliefs saying respect the beliefs. And I'm like, okay, we only go this route when it comes to religion, right? When it comes to anything else, we don't respect it. And that's why I was saying with racism, like nobody's in the street marching and protesting saying we understand, but right? Nobody's saying, what I'm saying, I respect y'all beliefs. I just this ain't nobody saying that. Ain't nobody saying I respect your beliefs. I just disagree. No, everybody that's protesting racism is saying the exact same thing. We should put it down. We need to, it's an injustice. It's wrong. It shouldn't be here. We supposed to protest it, right? But my thing is, okay, what about the people who put their faith in being racist, right? Racism is their belief system and they have faith in it. Are you not why aren't you respecting their faith? You see what I'm saying? Like they put their faith in being racist and you not respecting it. And I'm like, okay, I understand why you're not respecting. But when it comes to religion, it's like, hold on now. Respect these beliefs no matter what. You know, don't don't talk bad about. But I'm like, why? I Googled Bible verses about killing non-believers. Y'all ain't gonna believe what I pulled up. Right? If you are a Christian and you follow the book, are you gonna now see? I think what we should do is we should ask people like, okay, what is your beliefs? Well, I'm a Christian. Okay, how much of the Bible do you follow? If they say just the good parts, cool. You're not really a Christian anyway. I'm cool with you teaching. You know, I'm cool with that, right? But when people say, they believe that the Bible is true every word, and How you doing? Yes, ma'am. When they say they believe that the Bible is God inspired and this is God's word and this is what we believe. We believe it's 100% true. I'm like, I just pulled up some. It took me like 5 minutes. I pulled up some verses, and I'm like, do they follow this part? Because if they follow what I got pulled up, then this is a problem. It's I got Bible verses giving specific instructions on who to kill and why. So when it comes to racism, and they believe that one race, one skin color is superior to another, we don't respect it. We don't care about it. We don't want to understand it. We don't give them time to explain it. We don't care how they break it down. We don't we don't understand that they, may not know. We don't give a fuck. When it comes when it Oh, when it comes to shit like that, we don't care. We don't care about how you got it. We protested. We stand in the street and we talk shit about it, regardless of how you got it or where it came from. So I'm like, okay, why why aren't we doing the same thing when it comes to religion? Like, what's so special about it? Because for every good verse saying respect your mother and honor your father and um do not murder, for every verse like that, I will argue every good verse there's a bad verse that's way worse. And I haven't proven that yet, but I believe that on blind faith, motherfuckers. I believe that for every good verse in the Bible, there's a bad verse that's contradicting it and that's saying worse shit.
There's a whole website that has all of the contradictions listed out to
I'm
where
on
you
a
can click on one verse and it'll take you to the contradiction where it's Bible.
I'm on this right here.
And
It says killing non-believers, and it got like it's lists a lot of verses talking about, what God has commanded you to do to non-believers and shit. I'm just like, okay, how do we respect this? So what you
It's
go ahead.
sorry. No, go ahead. I didn't mean to speak over you.
No. I'm listening. I'm listening.
I think the simple way for me personally to answer the questions is uh, fuck all that. And when it comes to the belief, I'll respect you, the human. I'll respect you. I don't wish any ill will or sickness or harm on you. But your belief can go pound shit. But like that means nothing to me. And I will shoot holes in it, and I will question it, and I will uh, try to expose it for what it is. And I think if even if we're just going to play the most basic form of a skeptic card, we have to do that. If we're truly skeptical, we have to ask all of those questions. It doesn't mean people are going to like it. Doesn't mean when somebody has a deeply held belief, whether it is religion, faith, belief, for the racists, holding on to that card, it's our duty to shoot holes in that and question it, and try to get down to the root of it and expose it.
But this is my thing. Like, we are literally debating. Like, there are people debating whether or not a God exists, right?
Right, right.
Which is cool. But I'm like, if whether the God exists or not, let's look at, like, all he left us is the book. That's the only evidence they got of a God. If a God did write it, that's all we got, right?
Yep.
Okay, and this is why I say whether he exists or not, we gotta look at this book. If he not gonna come down in 2021 and show us some proof and some tangible evidence, everybody can see objective and that's demonstrable and that can be proven true without doubt. If he not gonna do that, let's look at the book. Let's only look at the book. I can't debate whether or not a God exists. That don't even matter. This book matters to me, and what the book says.
Yeah, and the three things that you have as your topics tonight, that very book is riddled with racism, prejudice, misogyny, abuse, murder, you name it. It is in that book. So where does that leave us? That's the question. Where does that leave us for those that choose to follow the writings that are in that book?
I want to ask you something, right? How do we discuss slavery without speaking negative about like slavery. We talk about it it's no people talk about this shit. Motherfuckers was chained up, beat, and dragged away from families. How do we respect that, right?
Oh, exactly.
How do we?
Are you familiar with Dr. Josh Bowen?
No.
All right, so check him out.
Listening.
He has he has a book. I've read it several times now. He's getting ready to come out with a new one. It's called the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. And a good friend of mine, and his his second book is does the Old Testament endorse slavery? And he goes through all the different types of slavery, because we all know, for those that do have those conversations, the first thing that Christians tend to do anyway is go to, well, that was indentured servitude, or is essentially employment, that kind of thing. Did those things exist? Yes, but there was also slavery as what we know it now in modern day. So to try to leap over it and pretend it's not there is just being completely dishonest, and trying to minimize the disgusting things that were done, the brutalities that were done to families and children. The children were born into the slavery. They didn't even get a chance to get out. So they're always like, well, there was these loopholes and yada yada yada. Okay, but it was still the ownership of a fucking human being.
There's instructions on how to fucking beat your slave and all that shit too. It's like how do you get around that?
Yeah, Exodus 21. It's your handbook on how to treat a slave if you decide that you want to be a disgusting human being and own a human being.
So when they say we should respect the beliefs, what does that mean?
I think what they're saying is I don't have good ground to stand on. Now, this is just my of a year now having our channel and talking to I don't know how many theists now, and particularly Christians. I think when they say that, it's, look, I don't really have great ground to stand on, and I don't really have any proof or any evidence that I can use to demonstrate the validity of this God claim. So I just need you to respect it, because if you challenge it, the holes are going to get exposed, and that's what I get out of it.
So, but like, I was just watching a video of Richard Dawkins talking about respecting beliefs, and I was like, okay, this is faith-based. I mean, I see if it was true, but even if it was true, I would disrespect it. But I'm saying, what makes it worse. It's not even proven to be true. It's faith-based. They believe in this for the simple sake of believing in something rather than quote unquote nothing, right? They would rather believe some on blind faith that you can't really prove without personal experience and faith in the book, which are neither one of those are reliable. But I'm saying, like, outside of that, you can't. This does not exist in the real world. In real life, this does not exist. But it's like, why should, like, how do okay? And like he said, he gave an example of the people that crashed the plane into the Twin Towers, right?
Yep.
They believe in something on faith.
Oh, absolutely.
Their faith brought them to the conclusion that was what they should do, which is strap up and crash motherfucking planes into where a lot of people die. That they believe that is faith, blind faith, and them believing in shit that they can't prove. That led to motherfuckers crashing planes to build it.
Now, have you also noticed that you just brought it up, the blind faith thing? Have you noticed where they try to distinguish between two different types of faith, but anytime you try to pin it down on them, they sneakily they switch over to the other little definition that they'll have?
Okay,
and I think that's amazing.
Ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
This is what I was thinking. Okay, they say faith is putting your trust and confidence in something, right? And okay, I'm like, okay. Well, how can you put your trust
without questioning?
Right.
Without questioning it. And
how can you put your trust and confidence in something that you can't prove? Well, you got to have more faith. So it's like so what they're doing is they're putting blind faith in faith. because they gonna say, because in if you Google the definition of faith, it says, put your trust and confidence in something. But it's like, okay, we usually
Well,
I'm listening.
No, I was just going to say that's the thing. They try to use faith as meaning confidence, and then they try to use it as saying blind faith, and they use them simultaneously as the same type of word. But when you try to pin them down on it, they'll use the definition of confidence to try to give you an example. So they'll say, well, you don't trust, or you don't have faith in your siblings or your, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's where they try to.
But it's like,
and it's two different things that we're talking about.
But it's like, how do you put your faith? Like, how can you be confident in something that you have not proven to exist? That's why I say they don't really use that one. They just claim that one when it's time to talk about it. What they really use is blind faith. Like, I don't see it, I don't hear it, I think I feel it, but it's just, I'm believe, and you can't tell me it's wrong because I'm gonna believe it's on blind faith.
Yeah.
But my problem come when, let me read this for you. It says, Luke. Now this is Luke chapter 19, verse 27. It says, "But for these enemies of mine who want me to them, bring them here and slaughter them before." Do we respect that? Do we understand that? Like, how do we approach this? Right. That's a verse about killing non-believers. I got a whole list of them. Right. But I'm saying, like, verses like this. It says, don't laugh. It says, "Whoever lies with an animal shall be put to death." Right.
And don't forget, you gotta kill the animal too, though.
Right.
You gotta kill the animal too.
But how do we respect this?
Well, and to go back to the word faith is one of my favorite things to talk about, being a former 30-something year Christian. Because, kind of one of the mental exercises I try to do with people, especially if they're becoming skeptical or they're deconstructing, is let's, and I know it's tough to do, but let's pretend that word faith doesn't exist. That word faith was never entered into the Bible. What now do we have? We have nothing, because there's no substance, there's no evidence, there's no anything. So then my follow-up question is, do now come back into the real world, we do have that word faith. Do we all understand that faith can lead us to both true and untrue things? Yes, it most certainly can. So given that we now know that faith is not reliable to get us to more true things than not, why would I ever respect that belief that's based in a thing that means nothing? Faith is literally nothing. Faith, it's one of the things I say on our show, faith is bullshit. Faith is bullshit because it gets you to nothing. It gets you to nothing when we're talking about religion and faith. So when I hear that word, I actually get very interested. My interest is piqued when I hear that, because I want to know how people justify a belief or a form of knowledge. Some people say they know this thing, that they have this form of knowledge. And when we break it down, it comes to really two or three things: faith, personal experience, or which is still personal experience, but like a near-death traumatic experience. We have those three things. Well, guess what? I hate that anything bad happens to anybody, but none of those are evidence for or a demonstration of any deity.
Anecdotal evidence
all day, every day.
Because when you talk about near death, if you survive the car accident, and this is why I say, to be a Christian, you have to not care about others. You have to, because look at this. If you're going to say, I believe in God because I got into a car accident and I almost didn't make it, but I made it, what about everybody else that, right? Yeah. What about everybody else that died from the car accident? What do you say to that? How do you ignore that? Like, how do you go ahead?
Sorry. And I'm on my phone, so I might be talking over you guys, and I apologize. But shout out to my boy Pasta Mike there in the chat. He's probably trolling my ass off. But but no, well, I love that you brought the car accident part up, because that's when I was in my early 20s. I was in a car accident where they had to resuscitate me twice. They thought I had brain damage, yada yada yada. And I'm sure Pasta Mike's going to run with this one. But they, all that. Then my family comes rushing to the ICU unit, and all they're saying is, "Oh, God had His hand on your life, and He spared your life because you have a call on your life," and blah 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 blah. Now I know all that's bullshit, but it scared the hell out of me, because here I'm dying, like I literally almost died, and they're giving all this to me, and then they're telling me it's a miracle, and I'm like, well, hold on. Now that I look back at it, I'm like, I'm a miracle. Yet, really, if the car accident was my fault, and had I died, it would have been my fault. But yet, just on the other side of this building, the other side of this hospital, there's kids dying of cancer and whatever other disease, but God chose me.
I
That
really
doesn't make
want
any
to.
sense.
I really want to
It's
focus
all
in on what
part of His plan.
I want to focus in what you just said about the children having cancer, because a lot of people say God doesn't exist because suffering exists. But I like to look at it different. My approach is, if you believe that He helped you, why? Like, what? Let's say He did help you. Why would He help you and not them? Why are we required to worship a God that picks favorites? He picks you over them, over you. I might die tomorrow, and but everybody else gonna continue on living. Why does God pick favorites? This is. I'm saying, let's say He did help you. That's evidence of Him picking favorites, because all children die from cancer. Huh?
Because He's a narcissist.
But
Because He's
like,
a narcissist,
when,
extension of Himself, that it doesn't matter. That I mean, that's the way I see it. I see it that it's a narcissistic God. That you're just an extension of that person or that figure, to do whatever He wants with you. So it doesn't matter. He's the creator, so it doesn't matter. It's
but
shitty thinking, but
Yeah, and if you go to the scripture, it says, I knew you before I formed you in your mother's womb, and that His ways are higher than our ways, and His plans are, was it perfect and just, or so, something along those lines. Then we have to start and now we're going to get into, theologies or doctrines, but that whole predestination thing, is it okay? God knew all things before all things, and they're set in stone, but yet He can still change His mind. So if He was going to change, you see what I'm saying? That's where we get in that web where it's like, okay, so now we're just continuing to drill away or chip away at somebody's beliefs, as far as those that are questioning the belief. We're starting to chip away there, because those are the things that continue to show that this God isn't nearly as smart or loving or powerful or capable as He likes to make Himself look or sound.
what you just said about Him knowing us before we were even conceived, right? You gotta. I don't think you understand what. Like, think about the Ku Klux Klan, right? Just let that, like, He thought of this first and said, I'm gonna put that in motion. That is exactly what I want these people to do. That is exactly what I want to happen.
Yeah, and what what your Christians and a lot of your apologists will do is tie that to whether they call it original sin or the fall, the fall of mankind or whatever. They go back to where everything was perfect until man fucked it up, right? And it's because of man fucking it up that we have any type of hate group, any type of violence, anything like that. But my argument to that is, okay, let's say that particular sequence of events took place. Guess who's still fucking responsible, and guess who still has to be held accountable for the creation that He created?
Now let's think about this. What did He cause a flood over? Because it wasn't slavery. What like
they were sinning greatly against the Lord.
What was the flood story?
Are you talking about Noah's Ark?
Yeah, I mean, He's already proven they can take out a population, right, in the Bible, if they are going against His word and all of it. So He could have right? He could still, according to them, according to their book. So why not? Why isn't he setting things straight anymore?
Yes, ma'am.
He's all
Says
powerful.
Yep. Well,
she's
if you go by the again, if you go by the apologists argument, it's well, in the New Testament when Jesus came to fulfill the law, yada yada
I
yada.
wanna
But sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm listening. I had the verse where Jesus he explains that he didn't come to change the law. He came to fulfill that shit. That mean all this, the
Exactly.
Old Testament. He agree with the Old Testament, all of it.
That's
Yeah. He said, I did not come to abolish the law, and it says not one dot, not one iota. I did not come to. Yeah, yes, I came to fill it, but not to change it. So I always love it when I hear theists lean on that, because it's like, well, I don't know if you really read the whole thing then.
Yep,
yeah. There we
Matthew.
go.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Sorry. He flooded. Yes, man. He flooded the earth because he was sad about what he created.
Right. That's
like,
exactly why. Yep.
Well, it says there that he regretted creating mankind.
So he purposely created it to make himself sad. Right? That's like masochism and shit too, right? That's weird.
Have you guys read that verse that we're
I'm on it now. It said Matthew chapter 5 verse 17 through 18. It says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them." And it says, "For I truly say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished." I did not come to abolish the law. I did not come to change the rules. Exodus 21, I agree with that. All these fucking verses, let me read y'all something right here. It says, let me get to it. Ooh, let me get to it. Hold on, y'all. Shit. I just had it pulled up, but I scrolled down because I knew you was gonna ask about that verse. Listen to this. Check this out. Leviticus chapter 20, verse 10. It says, "If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death." Do you know how many people are supposed to be dead right now off just that?
Donald Trump.
Exactly. Okay, now this is why I say, show me
all the Christian right candidates.
Right. This is why I say, show me a good Christian, and I'll show you somebody who don't follow the book. Christians are supposed to be doing exactly what they say. Because remember now, Jesus didn't come to abolish this shit. He came to uphold and fulfill his promise. Leviticus chapter 20, verse 10. Why aren't Christians in the street right now, knocking on door to door, killing everybody that cheating on their husband and their wife? Why not? That's what they Bible say do. Why aren't they following the word? Why aren't they following God's word? The books, we didn't make the atheists and the devil worshipers and the people who believe something can come from nothing. We didn't write this. This is in a book. Leviticus chapter 20, verse 10. Kill everybody who cheat on their husband and their wife.
It's called cherry picking.
Exactly. That shit, man. No, man. See, this is what I be saying. They be like, I done had people tell me about how they great grandmama is so nice and kind. I'm like, yeah, she not following her fucking religion. My auntie ain't never heard nobody.
I got questions for both of them. Okay, is this Oz that's on with us?
Yeah,
or is this...
that's Oz.
Okay, Oz, did you grow up in a Christian? Like, are you a Christian? Or you're not a Christian, right?
Yes, I grew.
I'm in a debate group. Get so many different people in there to where that sound like they aren't, and they are, and it's I just want to make sure where we are with everything, man.
I am a former Christian that escaped religion.
Okay. So, and are you black? Am I the only dude right here right now? I don't know. Well, no, I'm asking because I'm curious about how the southern like the black churches and things, they portray Jesus and
Operate.
stuff. In my church, you know, and like our Bible and stuff always had Jesus is white and everything, and it's like, you know, crazy to me, because if he did come from where they were saying, he sure as fuck wasn't white, you know. And I was curious how it was on the growing up in a religion, being from a different ethnic background.
You know, he was black down here. Yeah, they portrayed him as black.
Yeah,
you gotta see this though.
Okay,
you gotta see this. Check the Book of Mormon out. Who the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Who is this? Who is this?
Yeah, man, that's
Whose
who we
man is
had
this right
everywhere,
here?
man. Yeah.
Who is this dude? This a fucking.
That's Jesus.
This big Jesus. This big Jesus I be talking about. Who is this guy though? Look at him. Look at him, y'all. This is your Lord and your fucking Savior on a piece of paper.
That's Jesus' brother, Jebus.
That's what I'm saying. This is like my judo coach or something. This is exactly what my judo coach looked like though. He looked just like that. We in martial. I'm like, man, Jesus is teaching me martial arts right now.
I think I saw him at the Capitol not that long ago with an AR on his back or something.
Right.
Was he selling duck calls or some shit?
Fucking Jesus Christ, motherfucker. But now, and you know, but no, this the trip part though. Salute. Some of these black churches, these guys too. This is on the wall in some of the churches I done been to, and in some of the, like, don't just think we all down here with the curly haired dark skinned dude. No. They got this dude on the wall. Yeah, they got this dude on the wall in some of these churches. I
was raised in a racist setting and things in a rural community, so I never really got to ask questions to anybody on the other side of all of that, you know?
Yeah. I see what you're saying, man. But like, people, like, this is what I think about. You know, people hung from fucking trees by their necks, and a God that they was praying to. Now, okay, this is a question I really want to ask y'all. How can you, quote unquote, sin if you are being owned as property day in and day out? The only thing you could do is fucking wake up, pick cotton, get off, hope you make weight, and go get something to eat and go to sleep. Where you got time to sin? What you gonna think about? Like, where do you have time to blaspheme and shit? These people, day in and day out, every fucking day, worshiping, praising, and singing songs to this God. So I'm like, where is the sin? Like, where is the sin? No,
that's where they start. Yeah, anything natural, sex, anything, you know, any little bit of fun you could possibly get, you know.
Yeah,
the sin. That's always the sin.
I think scripturally speaking, as far as in regards to biblical slavery, it was, you know, their biggest command as slaves was to obey their masters. So I think the biggest thing then was if they weren't, you know, performing or acting according to the demands or the rules or regulations that the slave master or taskmaster had laid forth, that that would be the quote unquote sin or iniquity.
So basically, sin is subjective, right? Because nobody is picking cotton. Well, I'm sure somebody's picking cotton, but I'm saying, like, this isn't. Hold on, somebody joining. Hold on, y'all. Somebody.
I guess I'm a Nazi. I'm fucking balding, guys. Like, I had to shave this shit. I look like a fucking idiot, dude.
Man. He says the white. Hold on, I'm trying to get
Swear
Skinny
I'm
in
not a
there.
Nazi.
I can't get him in. It's taking a minute to load, but he just tried to join. But I wanna let me see. But so should we like okay, there you go. It just popped up. Yo, can you hear us? Or you ain't popped up yet on my screen.
It's all good.
Yeah, that person apologized, my boy. Salute. You call my boy no Nazi. He ain't no Nazi. Said God bless. Skinny, can you hear us? It's taking a minute to put him in because it's a little slow over here. He said it's froze on his end. It should pop up in a minute. That
it is freezing up on
shit,
and off on my end too.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Let's go. Oh man. Yeah, it is. I know. It's been raining and shit, so it's gonna.
Oh, I get it, dude.
It's gonna go. Yeah, it's gonna go in and out.
We get that shit all the time whenever it snows real bad around here.
Mm-hmm. It's a little skippy. It's lagging a little bit, but I can see you. Can you see me? Like, am I lagging on your screen?
You seem to be doing all right.
Yeah, but they aren't. I mean, I see them on my side, but
Yeah.
they video is not showing. Yeah.
See, I was having trouble with mine at first too. I had to mess around with the camera settings and shit for a second, and then it finally came on.
Listen to this verse while we wait on them to come in. I want to read this verse. This is Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 11. It says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not evil, to give you a future and a hope." Okay, so is that for everybody, or that's like it's a specific group of people? Because who the fuck was he talking to? Because he ain't who has he given this to? Almost every race of people has either been enslaved or wiped out in mass, or
and isn't he taking away free will by saying that he's written out all of these? That's yeah.
I'm glad you exactly like. How do you have a plan for us, yet we have the ability to do pick and choose as we please? Right? Where does free will come in if you got a plan?
Sedaria, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, but how did you become an atheist at first? Is that towards anyone specific? Is that me or probably? Okay. I didn't know if this was a regular fan or whatever, but my brother was he's 10 years older than me. He actually helped start getting me questioning things. Because we had both grown up actually, it was because of racism and homophobia and shit. He started really picking at me over shit like that. And I'd made a joke to him or something, and he'd actually he said, that's not fucking funny, dude. And he called me out on it and looked up verses and shit. Just there was so much he went into with me that helped get me on the right track. A lot of it was after that was finding more scientific based things to rely on rather than faith.
But see, I don't even. Yeah. I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Oh, like when it comes to like when you said you was looking for more science based things. I don't need science to talk shit about God. I don't need to know. I don't know shit about evolution. I don't know nothing about no dark matter, no rocks, no meteors, no space, no. I don't know nothing about
No,
that
but
shit.
man, I kept faith was what like I just put it in the way of all of those things though for
Mm,
so long. And it was like, man, I failed tests for saying that, for just not answering questions in science and shit, and saying that like I just believed in that God made everything and that, evolution wasn't real. And like all kinds of stupid fucking shit to where I purposely held back my fucking intelligence for so fucking long
mm,
that I wanted to know all of it after I fucking got out. I wanted to know why the fuck I had so many questions. Why? Why? Like the questions you're asking now and everything too was a lot of them, and it's like just kept fucking looking for views that I was never able to look at as a faith.
mm. Which right, because faith is not a virtue. Faith shouldn't be respected. It's different, in my opinion.
No,
Telling me that you have faith in something that clearly causes harm and that you read in the book, if you read the book, like okay, well, most people do cherry pick the Bible, but like if you were to read it, how do you walk up to somebody because they have to bring people to Christ. They have to go out and preach this shit, the gospel, right? So like I can see if they kept,
evangelize.
but I can see if they kept their beliefs to themselves, right? But nobody does that.
Yeah.
They tell us to do it. They tell us to keep our atheism to ourselves and behind our
Yeah.
back. They street preaching, right? I talk shit about religion. Keep it to yourself. Okay, cool. I go on TikTok. These motherfuckers walking up to
Yeah.
homeless men, offering them Jesus and shit. So it's like, hold on now. You just told me to keep my eyes to myself,
And
and you're not keeping yours to
this is the
yourself. So it's
fucked
like,
up
how do
thing.
I?
They use Christianity to promote that's the propaganda for 2 fucking wars that we were in. And that influenced this fucking country a lot. And at the same time, while we were using this Christian propaganda as this being the pure capitalist white state against the red commie, all of that business, that was a bunch of fucking propaganda that we fed to ourselves to get
Mm,
everybody on board with this war because it fucking cost money and people didn't want to let go of money. So
mhm.
you add God in there, and 90% of the population's already Christian, and you can. It was a big. It's causes revivals and all kinds of shit, and yeah, all of our communities and shit are just plastered with that type of thinking. Our laws are now
Everything,
everything,
everything.
and like, yeah, God was never in the pledge to begin with,
Mm,
and that was by a fucking socialist. He was a preacher that wrote the pledge, and he still purposely left God out of it. It was a pledge to his flag by him. And I think a pledge alone is a ridiculous idea, anyways, and is very fascist to think that you have to pledge something blindly, have blind faith in your country, basically, uh, in order to be considered or be accepted there. I think that's ridiculous. I think you can try to do better. I think you can aim to do better for your country or whatever, have your country aim to do better
mm.
and look towards progress rather than um, rely on those things and try to, I guess, yeah, try to get people to put such symbolic meaning in stupid things like a piece of fabric, like a flag, or shit like that that these idiots consider patriotism.
Yeah.
Like.
And Light of the World talks. If you're being serious, this nation was not founded on Christianity. Go fact check.
No.
What was it?
Well, I mean, there was like, what was it? The second wave that was Quakers and shit mostly that came over. So I mean, you could kind of,
But it wasn't like the
no, the founding fathers
yeah.
and shit surely weren't there. The Atheist Bible has quotes in it from many of them. Thomas Jefferson,
Listen to this right quick, y'all.
Thomas Paine.
Li-
Well, Thomas Paine wasn't, but yeah. Go ahead.
Listen to this. It says 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16. It says, all scripture is breathed out by God.
Mhm.
That's what it says. That means every word in the book is he was looking over your shoulder as they were writing it. He was looking over their shoulder. Put that in there. Put that in there. Don't skip the part about being your slaves, owning other people's property, selling your daughters into sex slave. Put out. He was looking over their shoulder as they was writing this, and he agreed to all of these terms and conditions.
And signed off on it.
Right. And now this book literally has us. We are like with the whole racism thing. That's already dividing people. But then you got your religion telling you that this half of people should be condemned and you should not, unequally yoked. Then all you doing is dividing us more. You see what I'm saying? Like
There was verses, man, and I don't know. Our church was pretty bad about shit, but I know there's verses that like we've still got a lot of whites around this area. They were putting up flyers like 10 at, and grew up, had the Klan stud meetings when I was a kid out in maybe 20 miles
I was
from my place, if that.
watching the video. They still that shit's still going on.
Yeah,
It ain't over.
that's
It
what
ain't
a
done.
lot of people don't fucking realize, and it's
But
fucking
isn't that
crazy to me.
isn't the Ku Klux Klan, like, isn't that Christian based?
Yes.
It is.
Right. So
Yeah.
they took a book. They
use verses in that book that talks about dark-skinned people or darker whatever in that time, and that's where they use that to that was one of the tribes. I don't know if maybe it was the Canaanites or somebody that was a darker color than the rest or whatever, and that was one of the ones that the Abrahamic God wanted defeated or whatever the fuck, but it was something to that effect that they're using. And I believe the unequally yoked thing, like you said, is another one. And they use these terms like Christian family values and things like that to sneak in as they aren't saying they're the Klan anymore. They're all of these other little nationalist, prideful, working class things that they're trying to portray themselves as, and they throw Christianity in as well with all of that.
I'll read you their kind of their like what is the Klan, I guess their
definition
or whatever,
or their description.
The description, I guess, or I don't want to use like mission statement because then it makes it sound like they actually know what the fuck they're talking about. The Knights of the KKK is a fraternal, patriotic movement promoting the ideals of Western Christian civilization and white racial political self-determination. It's not merely a social association, that's with quotes, but a dynamic, crusading white movement of world historical perspective seeking the establishment of white Christian political self-determination. It is duly incorporated, nonprofit, legally recognized institution working to rebuild our collapsing society on the principles of Christian honor, honesty, duty, courage, brotherhood, and patriotism.
Is that the actual Klan, or is that a white? Do they have a website? Like what? Where is that?
This is hold on. I clicked out of it. Let me go back.
I don't know. Well, this is the thing. Like the flyers they were handing out, or stapling up in a town. I can't remember the name of that group, but it was like
This is one of the Knights Party of the Ku Klux
okay,
Klan.
Mm,
the White Knights or whatever. Or is that?
yeah.
It just says
Yeah.
Knight. It just says the Knights
Okay.
Party.
Yeah.
But and that's the
But
thing.
there-
If you Google it, because all I did was Google it, and there's all these different like parties.
Exactly.
So they have their own little denominations, just like Christianity does.
That's that's what I'm saying. This one actually had a website on the flyer, and I looked it up, and I couldn't believe the shit that was on there. And I'm like, this was years ago. It might have been taken down or whatever by now. I'm fucking hoping, but it just amazed me then that I started reading through these white supremacy things, and it was shit that I was hearing in church, and I didn't even fucking know it.
Mm.
Like things that were, and like I knew that they told jokes and stupid shit in between sermons and things like that, but like these key words, phrases, and things that went along with the same white supremacy things and the ideas of like right now, if the shit they were saying was right, then like 80% of this population would be black right now in the year 2021 or whatever the fuck, it was like the dumbest fucking shit of trying to convince people that that minorities were taking over the country. I mean, I honestly did. I thought that it was close to 40% or getting close to 50%. Like they out like, yeah, it was going to be just overtaken by African Americans and shit.
Oh, listen, my buddy, he has a pretty good sized YouTube channel, and I'll try to get I can't remember what day next week this guy's on, but he has this guy coming on, and I can't wait because I'm going to be all in the side chat on this one because this dumb motherfucker claims that within the next like 2 years, I think he said that this is how big of a victim this guy is, that within the next 2 years, it's going to be a crime, a punishable crime in America to be a white male. He's white.
Yeah, they've been
He's
saying
white.
stupid shit like that for a while.
And I'm like, dude, do you even understand what is coming out of your fucking mouth right now? Like, do you understand how stupid you sound? And who is feeding you this shit?
That's what I'm trying to see.
And man,
What a
well, and like some of it is like twisted. Okay, maybe in so many years, because of we've got black people and white people in continent and everything, that the race is probably going together to a certain point and be more, they were taking those statistics like that and trying to put this warped view of it as,
Well, but evolution doing its thing has nothing to do with this guy's claim, saying it's going
exactly.
to be a crime.
Right.
That's
right.
just,
And
that's
but
the
there's shit
dumbest
that
I ever.
there's shit that they sneak in like that too, and there's other shit that they're just blatantly like that. But yeah,
and I understand what you're saying. I'm not questioning you, but a crime though, bro,
no.
a crime?
Yeah,
Like somebody told you that, and you believe it. You have to be a
that's-
Christian. You have to be a Christian if you believe that.
So like, what is gonna be the prison sentence for that? I gotta hear
Right?
this shit.
Right?
How long you gonna get? Is it a felony? Like what the fuck?
it's fear mongering, dude. Like, and it's the same thing. The Christians do that shit with just Christianity, making themselves out to be persecuted. There's I think it's, what's the name of the?
Is it a
Moss.
misdemeanor?
Candida Moss is the name of the author, and there's a book that talks about this, about oh shit, can't think of the name of the book right offhand.
Well, you're good, but there is a and same thing. I can't remember the exact name for it, but I can give the definition, the description of it. But there is a new, not new, but it's something that's kind of coming back as far as in conversations to do with
especially in the Western world, the Christians and this woe is me victim, the whole world's against me, and they've always had it, right? It's always been a part of it, but now it has this name, and I can't remember what it is. But that's exactly what they do. Like the Greg Locks of the world, where it's like, oh, somebody told me I can't have this on my Starbucks cup. And wah, wah, they hate us Christians. What? It was just a fucking Starbucks cup, bro. What?
Yeah, here it is. It's called The Myth of Persecution, How Early Christians Invented a Story of Martyrdom.
Mm.
And it's by Candida Moss. Yeah, it goes into it. I still haven't gotten all the way through that book. It takes me a bit.
Can you put that in the private chat?
Yeah.
I'm a reader.
I want to read another verse about killing motherfuckers.
And God said,
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13. It says, if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood is upon them. Right?
Preacher.
So listen to me, when it comes to respecting beliefs and all this, like, what if, like, okay, when they say we should respect these beliefs, are they talking about this verse too? Or are they just talking about the good parts of the Bible when they say respect this shit? What do they mean when they say respect it? Because this is a verse telling all Christians that basically go out and kill the whole LGBT, all of them, kill all of them, every last one, because their blood is upon them.
Don't read any of that. The only thing that you need to respect, bro, the only thing you need to respect is there's this little guy came along. He was born of a virgin. He had this really cool life. He died on a cross and he resurrected. Don't ask me for evidence. Don't ask me for proof. Just believe it and don't question that. Do not question that, and forget everything else that book says, if I didn't already mention that. And that's literally what you get down to. And I sound like I'm being a smartass because I am. But if you get into the actual dialogues and conversations or debates or whatever, that's essentially what you get.
So he died on the cross, and that's it. That's the only thing we focusing on.
Well, he got back up. You gotta remember, he got back up.
Oh, okay.
He got back up though. That's if he just died and didn't get back up, it didn't matter.
Well, like I think we said this last week. Like, okay, how can he die for our sins if he's not dead? And he like I think Slew said he just had a shitty weekend. Just a shitty weekend.
Just this week I was preparing for our tournament and everything, and I pressed pause just to get my brain on something else, take a break, and I was doing a little reading and researching. It was the first time that it had hit me from this perspective, where in regards to the resurrection, because that's been a hot topic on our channel for the last week or two. Jesus said, if you had a Bible that is printed in red as he speaks, that he had the power to both lay down his life, then also pick it back up. Okay, so think about that. He can take his own life and bring himself back. What the fuck did he sacrifice? If he has the power,
sacrifice.
Well, but not really. Not if you alone, if you don't have to depend on anybody else, if you alone can give and take your own life, you sacrifice zero zilch nothing.
Right.
You just went to sleep for a couple hours.
Yeah. You don't see it. It's
like, cool.
Yeah. The thing was,
and I agree with you. I know they don't see it that way.
Yeah, this was being portrayed to, at the time, I mean, this is a branch of Judaism. It was being sold to pagans that had seen sacrificial things throughout their own religions for forever, but they hadn't seen a god sacrifice himself or his son or, anything what was appealing, I believe, from what I've read and what I've seen from like Richard Carrier and different people that talk on the subject.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say there's a good documentary on that on Amazon Prime right now. The Marketing of the Messiah, I believe is the name of it.
Yeah,
In it.
Can you put that in a private chat too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Carrier.
So, Oz,
Yo,
are you like mixed or are you white? I'm sorry. I just can't.
they're good.
I'm-
Because I get asked all the time. I'm white, but
They called me
I
a
do
Nazi.
tan.
Look at this shit.
But you,
I
but
do
you
tan. I usually get am I mix or am I Latino is usually what I get.
okay? Like, have you ever let me see. Have you ever experienced racism? Is the question.
So
Or
you
have
know
you
what?
ever been race? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I actually appreciate that question because I think this is something interesting to talk about when you have adults that can have the conversation without everybody getting shitty at each other. Um, I think there's well, I don't think you can look it up the definitions, but there's a huge difference between racism and prejudice, right? You can have prejudice with it having nothing to do with a racial bias or claim or whatever.
Mm.
Have I ever? Do I feel like I've ever experienced racism? No, I don't. Now, have I experienced prejudice? Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Mm.
I definitely have several times. So and I think that's important for some folks that don't seem to know how to read books or look up definitions, especially well, I'll just say it, white folks. Learn how to educate yourself and know your definitions and everything. That they don't they don't understand the differences. They don't understand that there can be one without the other.
Right. Prejudice. It says injury or damage resulting from some judgment or action of another in disregard of one's rights, especially detriment. It says detriment to one's legal rights or claims.
So like
Right. It says
sexual orient, a lot of
So that would be like prejudice. Skinny, can you hear me?
Or is that still
I'm
under?
listening.
Is that still bigotry at that point too? I think that's still
Yeah,
under an umbrella.
Yeah, it'd still be bigotry.
Umbrella.
So
yeah.
So being prejudiced is bigotry. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So and again, I'm not a social
Not a wordologist.
expert, or expert or anything, but from the conversation of the people that have been around that know way more than I do, bigotry would be kind of the umbrella under the hate speech or racism or prejudice. It's kind of the umbrella for that.
Skinny, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
And there's
Have you ever?
somebody just Sideria just said that the youth ministry I was in made us pray so hard we started to speak into tongues.
Oh, Jesus.
They told us to keep talking to God and it will eventually come to us. It never came to me. I faked it to go home.
That's kind of
that fucking sucks.
That's kind of church I grew up in. Yep.
Sorry that happened.
But that's what we supposed to respect, though.
Mm-hmm.
They want our
That was the
utmost
church
respect.
my grandma grew up in. Was something like that. Yeah.
Can't say fuck your God, fuck your religion, can't say none of that. It's respect,
Stop.
respect. But respect is earned. You have to earn that shit. You have to lay your beliefs on the table. Let us see it for what it is, and okay, we should respect it. Right? I believe in ghosts, motherfucker. A ghost came and pulled my leg while I was asleep. Right? You can respect that belief, right?
I believe in leprechauns. They keep stealing my fucking beer, and they like green shit, and they keep taking my weed too. So it's
right. But y'all can respect my belief in ghosts because I'm not harming nobody. My beliefs isn't. There is no book on me saying if you don't believe in my ghost, you shall surely be put to death, right? But I'm gonna walk around telling y'all that a ghost was pulling on my leg. I'm gonna say that. And that's what I believe. That's my blind faith. That's my religion. And nobody, and you can respect it because it's not harming nobody and it's ridiculous, but I keep it to myself. for the most part, unless
No, you
I'm talking.
And when they ask for evidence,
but it's hilarious anyways.
when they ask for evidence, it's I just have faith.
Right.
I just have faith that the little guy, my little buddy, is right there beside me.
Christians can be arrogant, especially in the workplace. Fuck yeah, they can.
Yeah.
I used to be one of them.
The one thing about what Thunder just said is, right, you can't really talk shit. Like everywhere I've worked, you can't really talk shit about religion. You might lose your job. You might lose your job. But they can say thank God for this and God. They can literally walk around and just be praising and nobody say nothing. But the moment I say, all this is bullshit, take you to HR, you fired. But it's like it's the same thing. If we don't talk,
that's why we all have to work hard to normalize atheism. We have to work hard. We can have these chats and do these things, and these are they're fun and they're entertaining and all that. But I think one of the in the backdrop, what we have to do is continue to normalize these conversations and make it should be perfectly normal for us to go to a workplace and us be able to say, no, I don't believe in a thing, whatever it is. I don't believe in a thing, rather than I don't know if I should say this, because on the other side, they're saying I believe in this thing, right? I believe in this thing. And now it's going to guide the mission statement, the values, the foundation, the basic foundation of the business. And because I don't believe it, now I have to worry about losing my job or being treated differently, or any of those things. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. So that's why us doing this and filling the YouTube sphere and podcasts and doing all that and normalizing that conversation until we get to the point where we don't have to fear that. We don't have to worry about retribution because of a lack of belief. Oh, stop preaching now.
No, hallelujah. We listening.
Hallelujah.
Are we going to be singing next? Do we have to stand up?
Bless
I don't know what
the
kind of church I'm in now. Where do we go?
I was getting ready to go right now. Music
Jeez.
Bros.
Oh, we did the fucking bringing in the sheaves and all that shit. The old school fucking hymnals.
Amazing.
Somebody called you.
Yeah, they wouldn't even do.
Pastor Oz, Deacon Oz.
Dude, it was controversial in our church to have a guitar up on there being played. Like that was controversial. They had a piano and an organ, and that was all they wanted. Like
we had my now stepdad was the drummer for I don't remember how many years, but ours was the
our organ player was our organ player was this old fucking woman. Like she was 80 years old, about ready to fucking die, and she would like how
she's still alive, right?
Yeah, and you know how they do their probably, but you know how they do like. I don't know how they had how church was set up for you guys, but like growing up and everything, and every church is different, I guess. But ours, like, the morning service and stuff, and then they would have like their little break and everything, and then they'd have piano and stuff, and then like the organ player would come back down usually after like their little song or whatever, and the preacher would be making his like sermon when in the afternoon sermon, and this year would like she's old and everything, she would fall asleep while everything else was being talked about and stuff in between, like the service and all of the shit, and she'd fall asleep, and you'd hear the pastor would be up there still, and he'd be giving the actual main message and everything, the main sermon, and you'd hear her foot would go on the pedal, and the organ would like vibrate. Then the sustain pedal was on, so it would like vibrate the whole fucking thing, and somebody'd have to fucking wake her up. Your name was like Hilda or something like that too. It was fucking hilarious. Sad, but
Forest for the
hilarious.
tree said
Like,
Hilda.
looking back at it
Hilda.
now.
Hilda's gonna bless us with a
Hilda.
couple hymns from the organ.
Yeah.
On the organ.
I'm gonna do this. Church
Church
songs.
I'll do the freeze.
Uh-oh.
All right, well, we'll bless everybody with a hymn now. If everybody wants to grab your hymnal, and you guys can lead. I'll be the hype man. I'll do Kirk Franklin, minus cussing his son out. Ooh, too soon.
It's messing up.
You're glitching
We're
out,
getting
brother.
your audio. You're starting to come back now.
Is my
There we
beautiful
go.
face on camera? Y'all see it? Bow,
Yeah,
bow.
Yeah, just a little fuzzy. But
There you go.
she said, don't let them be doing a church fish fry. Let me tell you this is one thing that I love about like evangelical charismatic churches, because we did
our
this shit every
fucking
Sunday.
Yeah, our church was too goddamn
We-
cheap for that shit, dude.
We
had an
we
independent
always
Baptist church that didn't have shit. Like, we gave all our money to fucking those motherfuckers.
if you guys remember on Kings of Comedy, what's his name? Harvey did a little bit on this, and it's so true, because if you're involved like the evangelical charismatic Pentecostal movement, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. We have a barbecue, a fish fry, or a car wash every fucking weekend. Why? Because we got to build a building. We got to, but guess what? The building got the structure and the drywall, and that's it. And it's looked the same for 5 goddamn years, and we still ain't got done with the building. So then you got to ask, Pastor, where's all the fucking dough? Where's
Yeah.
all the- oh, but you got the new Cadillac though.
Oh,
I see.
man.
I
Hold
see.
on. So Slew, you telling me your church ain't never had no barbecue, no fish fry, none of that?
Oh fuck no, dude! I think they did one like soup thing where they had like they brought in canned soup and fucking we had a poor ass little fucking town. And there was like 5 churches in the motherfucker,
Soup.
and our
You
church
guys
wouldn't
weren't
play
Christian, you
nice
were
with the other
Scientologists.
churches. It was so fucking stupid. We had an
You gave
independent
your-
Baptist church. There was a Methodist church. There was the North Main Street Church of Christ and the South Main Street Church of Christ. There was another church. There's a Nazarene church. The Nazarene church. We're talking about like a population of 200 fucking people and a bunch of farmland, dude. And then there was like there was 5 or 6 churches over there, and they're still there. I think all of them are.
Well, it's the city.
They haven't gotten, like, they built another one. Like,
You went to the wrong church, my friend. You ain't never had no barbecue, no cookout, no where they get the little bounce house thing. You done missed out. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They had shitty like casserole, like potlucks and stuff.
Oh,
that was about all.
I was about to say he said he was Christian. It sounds like he said soup and casseroles. I think he was like either Mormon
yucky.
or like Jehovah's Witness or something.
Yucky.
He said yucky.
Oh, it was close there.
What? You say casserole? What? Man, we was barbecuing.
It was
Look,
like
Kenny
whoever
Boo's.
fucking brought in whatever, and every now and then maybe they had pizza or some shit for like the kids things, but
Man, don't you
They
know?
didn't even have pizza, bro. They actually cooked, bro. They actually cooked.
Yeah, they
bro.
threw down.
Yeah.
Hey, we threw down.
Oh yeah.
Like
They
it wasn't no order pizza or nothing like that.
They
No,
had
Mike-
water slides.
no, we had
all-
like 3 or 4 deacons that had money, like that had little small businesses and shit in the area that would fucking contribute to the stuff every now and then, but it was like all based off of them, basically. One of they added on to the church, and the old dude that had he'd gotten a lot of I don't know, he had fought in wars and shit too. He's a World War II veteran and shit. So I don't know, like I hate to like dig on him too much because he was nice, but at the same time they just fucking milked him for all his fucking money, and they got a new building out of it at the end of it. So
Denver.
Hold on,
those-
Scorpion.
Hold on.
But it was an
Denver
independent
said-
church. It wasn't based off of like funds off of other fucking like the United Methodists had their branched thing that was all of their funds kind of came together.
Denver said 1 square
that mean
mile,
that they-
6
that-
churches.
that-
And
Oh,
for
that's
those,
my brother.
dude,
Yeah.
anything Pasta Mike says, he's full shit.
Thunder
He's right.
says,
Yeah.
you got to hear this. Thunder says, here in Louisville, Kentucky, pastor was found dead, naked, still hard. His wife back home 2 states away.
Hey, Thunder, you from Louisville, Kentucky, bro? That's where I'm from. That's what's up. But look, 1 square mile, 6 churches, and all 6 churches was the First Baptist. I guarantee.
Probably. Or Church of God.
Or Church of God, right? So
Teddy says every church got a building fund,
Hell yeah. Ask the Catholics.
and the pastor got a new Cadillac.
Well, Catholics had a fucking building fund on a goddamn island that they were going to buy one time. That was to fucking retrain all of the bad priests.
Oh, I see that Pasta Mike gathered all the troops to come and troll me.
Oh man, he said I heard that Oz loves pineapple and anchovies on his pizza and cream cheese on everything.
Definitely cream cheese. Hell yeah. And I
Have
do eat
y'all ever-
pineapple on pizza.
I
Have
will
y'all
have
ever been to
pineapple on fucking pizza. Fuck you all. I don't care. That's
Wow, we just
Fine.
met. No thanks.
That don't go together though. That don't go. Y'all can't do that.
which one? Fucking and pizza or pineapples and pizza?
The pineapples and pizza. That's not a no. That's the real abomination. Men sleeping with men ain't an abomination. That's an abomination with y'all.
I was just. Hey,
Oh.
there's got to be ham on it though too, or something there that's
Bacon.
You know,
For what?
if it's a porn, I
Pineapple,
guess something's
though?
got to be there. It's salty. I don't know.
Pineapple and bacon
Come
on a
on.
pizza.
That's
Hell
just
fucking
nasty.
yeah.
Pineapple.
Oh, me nasty. I've been called worse.
Pineapple
Mhm.
goes in the fruit bowl with the
Oh,
cut up.
so now pineapple. We're gonna make pineapple a victim of prejudice. That's what we're gonna do right now.
That's my review, to be prejudiced against pineapples, and you should respect it. You going?
I like the cook and everything as long as the fucking flavors balance out right. I don't give a fuck what you have on it. Like,
But they talking about Joel Osteen. It says
Oh boy.
Joel Osteen mega church. Joel Osteen wouldn't open his church.
Yeah.
Thunder
that was the
says.
thing, dude.
Thunder says Joel
I had-
Osteen. What'd you say? Go ahead.
No, you're
I
right.
was say
Go.
Joel Osteen wouldn't open up his church when the hurricane hit Houston.
Yep.
Mhm.
My God is a mighty
His basement was
God
flooded.
reigns.
He rains. Literally rains.
Literally.
But his basement was flooded, man. Dude, shot back that shit out. There was
Hold
only
up. The church's
3
basement was
stories
flooded?
above that fucking basement.
Oh,
He's look. Even if the
it's only
basement's
a
flooded,
mega church.
he's in a former baseball stadium. There's plenty of fucking room.
Exactly.
In
Are you
Murder Shed
serious?
Steve, go back to the shed.
Tax-free room. Whenever he was vacuuming the fucking water out of there,
That
he was getting it,
That
you know,
church is
tax-free
built on a
vacuumed
golf
out.
course.
So that's cool.
Oh, you said a baseball stadium?
Yeah, it's a former baseball stadium.
Wow. So like,
Like
what do they
The Houston Astros played there.
what do they do with all that room in those churches though? Are they housing the homeless? What are they doing with it?
They're definitely not housing the homeless. They're having their they meet there once a week. So it's great use of space. They meet there once a week, and then all the other areas are, you got to have your kids' church so that we indoctrinate. Then we got to have our youth groups so that we can further indoctrinate as they get older. Then they probably have their like new members classes going on.
All right.
Like if there's a second service.
Did they
There's
do this?
there's so many ways to use the space.
Did they do this shit at your guys' churches too? Did they go and like, if somebody was bad or whatever, did they like send them off to a fucking Christian youth camp and shit?
Yep.
Okay.
I
It's
mean,
called
we had
one-
Christian youth camp, but it wasn't for the bad kids.
Oh, they fucking sent them out like out west, dude. Like
Teen-
all the
Teen
way out
Challenge.
west to Nebraska or some fucking place out into the. I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
my friends got sent to Teen Challenge, which there have been several people try to sue them years ago.
Okay, so this is what I was about to ask you. Do you have to pay to get into Joel Osteen's church?
No.
So what they
oh wait, do you know? Because they might have like tithing fucking
like
No,
mandatory?
my brother's a pastor. He's got a decent sized church here in the city I live in, and part of the network or whatever that he's involved in is also connected with Joel Osteen's church. And my brother's been a part of that for about 8 years now, and has been to that church several times. And I've asked him all the money questions.
okay.
But yeah, there's no like expectations like you have to give X amount of money.
See, I didn't know
every year.
because we had a church in our town. I mean, out of the 5 churches we had, one of them, at least one of them, we went to it first. I remember my grandma telling me about this shit when I was just little. We think she just thought I wouldn't fucking remember most of it, but she had told me that we had went to I believe it was the Methodist church for a bit, or maybe it was the Church of Christ there, and they had like sent a thing in the mail to us to pay our weekly tithing or whatever the fuck. Like they kept track of this shit, and if you weren't giving money into the fucking offering plate, they'd send you a letter in the mail saying that you better or you aren't a fucking member of their church anymore.
Are you serious?
There's churches
Yeah,
that
you're-
do that shit.
Yeah, your desperate churches that need those dollars to pay the rent, pay the light bill. Yeah, they'll have those like reminders like, oh, you didn't send your money in last week. We didn't see your money. But people like, because you gotta remember, Joel not only God damn it, Poston, Steve, fuck. Not only do they have the tithes and the offering and all that coming in, he also has all these books that he writes, these motivational speaking, type books. So he has all this money coming in. He does all these other, extracurricular speaking engagements and all that. So he's got plenty of money.
Listen to this. Thunder says, I lived by a mega church in Atlanta. It says,
it's all tax-free money and shit. Fucking easy is it to do shit whenever you don't have to pay taxes? Like, come the fuck on, and you just get money handed to you. And then he had the fucking the Children of God call fucking his mega before it was a mega church. I spoke to a dude that was in it, was there. Like he would have people come in and put on a show and shit. The little families and stuff they would have that would be in Christian bands or whatever the fuck. I don't know, the stupid little shit where they've been making fun of it on HBO with the Righteous Gemstones. I don't know if you guys watch that or not.
Oh, I love that. Yes, love it.
It is fucking hilarious, and it's so spot on to the shit that like my church would have fucking been into at the time too. And
that man said he said they was taking the collection plates outside in the line. Like, you gonna pay these motherfucking tithes off.
Oh no shit.
Oh, yeah, last year during COVID, like that was some of that shit made it on the news where the churches had the ushers out in the parking lots with the plates. Like, oh, just because you can't come in, don't mean you can't give that tithing off. You better bless the Lord. You better bless the Lord this morning.
Sadiri said our church used to let other churches rent out the building.
I'd tell them to fucking. I'd tell them to have God cure fucking COVID first, and then maybe I'll fucking send that money through the little slot that you have or whatever the fuck.
He needs to cure something. God damn, what has he cured? All these fucking diseases going on. When he gonna cure some? He got to do something.
He's curing science, man.
His ways are higher than our ways.
Flat Earth motherfuckers.
curing logic. He's
And
curing logic
yes,
every
ma'am.
day.
Yes,
I
ma'am
can't
says
believe that
pastors
shit.
equal pimps. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Pastors
and I can't.
pastors are
And
the
they wear
greatest pimps
suits.
walking.
And they wear
Man,
suits.
And in
our
the top
church was proud of saying things about like about faith like being better than logic. To have like faith in something and
Don't lean
fuck
on
was
your
it they
own understanding.
worded?
no, don't do that.
Don't
I would say
Yeah.
don't lean on your own understanding.
I think the two biggest pimps. I meant pastors in the game. No, pimps was right the first time. In the game right now would be Joel. Joel's right up there.
For sure.
Cock.
He's
You pronounced cock wrong.
He's
but
the
yeah.
and then one of my favorites to listen to, just because he gets so outlandish and he starts pulling out the rag and he starts doing that. I love listening to TD Jakes. I still, as an atheist, love listening to him because it's complete entertainment.
I don't like
literally
him.
feel I
I
feel like
don't
it's
like him.
stand up. I feel like it's stand up comedy. Like he
But
literally, you can
goddamn
watch
it.
it. He flips the switch. Like he goes from like cool, like, oh, I feel like I could like sit down and have a beer, have a drink with this dude. He seems cool as fuck. And then all of a sudden you get the and I'm like,
Sweating
oh,
and
what just
shit.
happened? What just happened? And he's got the rag out and all that. And I'm like, yes, thus saith the
gonna,
Lord.
He's gonna
And
turn
don't be
into the
saying, don't be
Incredible
saying
fucking Hulk
nothing.
pretty soon.
He don't be saying nothing. I don't like him. I don't like him at
Well,
all. Now Kenneth
I don't.
Copeland. Kenneth Copeland. That is the devil.
COVID-19.
But he can probably help you with your ghost shit, dude.
He said COVID-19.
He can blow them ghosts away, dude.
I'll blow the wind of God.
He will blow the wind of God and take those ghosts away from you. You ain't gotta worry about them ghosts fucking tugging on your leg anymore. Bar.
COVID-19. Blow the wind of God.
And then his follow-up, once that didn't happen, was equally as spectacular.
That's what he do.
Kenneth Copeland, it looks like somebody busted out a fucking a window, and like that's what his mouth looks like when he opens it up. There's like all these jagged edges and shit, and I can't tell. It looks like something out of a fucking horror movie.
COVID-19.
Yeah.
COVID-19.
People don't look like that unless they like gave, you know.
If Satan
on the
Satan actually, sorry, I feel like every time it starts to glitch. I don't know whether they're talking or not. With Kenneth, it's like if there really was a Satan, if Satan actually existed,
that's him.
The closest thing that we would get in human form would be Kenny Copeland, or I call him Kenny C. The look in his eyes, that smile. Oh my God.
Thunder said they had an ATM in the church. God damn.
Hey, that's getting it right there. That's a game plan.
Dude,
that pastor had a solid business plan.
We took a field trip to church that had a fucking Starbucks in it, or like a coffee shop and all kinds of shit in it.
My brother's does.
It was
My brother's
crazy to me. He had
So
fucking
hands a mall
there,
or something?
like big, like a state. This was like in church in Dayton, Ohio, I think. We took some fucking trip out there and campus and shit too, I think. Or I might be getting that confused. The one in Columbus, because they did a couple of them. But yeah, they try to
Columbus, Ohio,
to all of that shit. Yeah, they try to.
Columbus, Ohio.
Bob Jones was one of. Well, Bob Jones was the one that we went to. I can't remember. I'm thinking that was there.
Have y'all ever seen the infomercials?
There was just a huge fucking church in Dayton that we went to that was like that. That had, like I said, dude, I couldn't believe it. Like they had a fucking coffee shop there and all kinds of shit when you went in. It looked like fucking. I don't even know, like a truck stop or some shit. Like whenever you first went in, like it was just a big fucking open corridor, and then there was like a fucking coffee shop there, and it looked like this big business. It's crazy.
Have
Yeah,
y'all ever seen the infomercials where they try to sell you the holy water?
oh yeah, the late night healings. Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah, Peter
That's it.
Popov had
Tony-
his thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Tony
Sorry.
says Creflo Dollar's church has ATM in the inside.
Well, I mean, God gave him the perfect last name.
Mm.
Perfect last name.
That wasn't
Yeah,
like
thank
he
God gave it
that's
to him.
that's his
Did
actual
God?
maiden name, Dollar.
Is that his real name? That can't be his real name, right?
That sounds
I-
like a pimp though. Creflo
I know-
Dollar.
I've heard of him, but
Dollar.
years ago, I
Player.
years ago I Googled it because I didn't believe it,
yeah,
and everything that I saw online said that was his actual name. So I don't know.
I think I googled it too, but I can't remember what the fuck I found. Like,
So
We have-
I don't know how well you can see it. That's my brother's. That's just their stage for praise and worship.
yep,
Yeah.
that was about what it
Dang.
was at the Bob Jones University thing too. Yeah,
Is that a concert? It's the Grammys?
No, that's just their praise and worship service.
yeah. I mean, those things are like fucking football stadiums in the inside. I mean, small. There's no field. You've got half a football stadium, maybe, I guess.
Wow,
At least the
man.
one I went to. But it was like that. And they had like some weird little praise and worship band up there fucking playing, and their words are all up on display and shit. And
But serious though, how do we let people that believe in these they walk the streets, y'all? Like they're in our everyday society. People that this fucking book, this Genesis Exodus shit, somebody
yeah. And that
this
but that
this shit, somebody next door to you, you
Yeah.
know, voting, making decisions, having kids, they
Yeah, well,
believe
I
this
mean,
shit.
I don't know, man. What were you raised with growing up? Did they tell you that you don't talk about religion or politics at the fucking table and shit like that? Like,
They didn't have to tell you. You trust
that
me.
was the
Your
shit.
ass will know.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
know. Start talking about God if you want to. See what happens. They give you the stank
Yep.
face. Get to looking at you
Yep.
like they look at you like something is wrong with you if you don't
I
believe in
think
God. Where I'm at.
I think we haven't talked about it for so fucking long that it needed to be talked about, and it just wasn't.
Like
And it kept everyone in their own little fucking bubbles.
ain't
Wait, and if-
no ain't no not believing in God in the South. Ain't none of that. It's believe in God or you worship the devil and the devil is
Yeah.
using you and everybody needs to stay away from you and they're gonna pray for you. That's how I'm gonna pray
Yep.
for you. I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna pray. That's it. Ain't no.
Yeah, it's the same where I'm at. The city that my brother has that church in where I live. It's called the City of Churches. It's we talked about a square mile earlier. It's half a square mile here, and you have 10 churches, and one's thriving and the other's dying. And the crazy thing is when you do look around to what you said, it's so long it's been don't talk about religion and don't talk about politics. But if you now refer to the latest Pew Research results that just came out last year, and you look at the rise in the nuns, and when I say nuns, NONES, not NUN, there's a staggering increase in the nuns, and what that means is we finally have hit a point in whether you want to call it generational or a society change or whatever you want, but it's because of the access of information that we have. We can very easily, if somebody says, "I believe in God and God's real," what's your evidence? Yada yada yada. Bullshit. Next.
Exactly.
And now we have all that on hand. Whereas, when I was a kid and somebody said, "Well, there was this flood, and this flood happened. And when this flood happened, it killed everybody on the planet except 7 people. And then these 7 people went and repopulated the entire globe. Blah, 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 blah." And you know what? Back then, guess what I had to do? Oh, cool. Okay. Sounds legit.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have all the access to this information. I would have been an atheist 30 years ago if I had access to all that. So it really is awesome. And you tie that back to what we're talking about with the normalizing atheism. Now is the time to do it. We have all of the access to the information, and religion can no longer, because you think about the Catholic Church and they really still do it, but like, don't read your Bible on your own. Don't you dare do that. You only read that motherfucker when you're with us, because we can guide you and teach you how to learn from that book. Well, guess what? They can't do that anymore. Churches can't do that anymore. Now it's like, no, I'm going to go fucking look it up and I'm going to learn, and that's why we're seeing that shift. And the last thing I'll say is, the other thing I'm excited about is the increase in the female population with atheism, because finally they're able to get out of the misogyny and the control and the bullshit, especially from the Abrahamic religions, and get out from under that and realize that they can be. They can have a voice and they can have an opinion and they can actually fucking talk about it, and people not try to bully them and tell them to shut the fuck up.
Like, okay, Slew, I can Slew. Like, if you were a Christian, I would understand perfectly, right? If you said you were a Christian, I would understand. But when it comes to women, I don't get it. Like, the only people on this planet that can say that can actually make a case for why they're Christian is white dudes. Everybody else is like, what?
It's not for them.
Why are you there?
I can't understand why minorities want to be on board with it either.
I don't get it.
Because it's the same thing. They've been keeping you down for so fucking long. Why would you want to be advocating for that?
Like, how do you listen to me, y'all? I can't understand this for the life of me. How do you walk the streets protesting injustice and go home, get on your knees and pray to injustice? I will never understand that.
All right, Michaela, are you a woman, LGBT and black? Are you atheist or are you a Christian?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Michaela.
not sure what yeah.
I'm a woman and LGBT and black. But okay, Michaela, let me read you something. I don't know if you was here earlier. Let me tell you what God thinks about you. Hold on. Shit. I can't find it, but I can't put it. Anyway, you supposed to be put to death, Michaela. The Christians that read the Bible and follow the word, they supposed to put you to death for LGBTQ. Right? The whole LGBT, the whole community. All of y'all,
the pluses. Fuck all
right?
of them.
All of y'all are supposed to be put to death. I want you to understand, like, the people that you walk in the street next to, driving your car, you stopped at a red light, y'all all lined up at the red light, you going to the mall, you going to work. Those people are supposed to be chasing you down. Your life, they supposed to put you to death right now, every day, all day. This is what God want them to do. So I'll never understand for the life of me how we supposed to respect, like, literally, Michaela, respecting their beliefs means you die.
Right.
I want you to feel that. Respecting their
this
beliefs.
The crazy thing.
Our church was saying that, this was somebody that had
you supposed to be dead. They supposed to be trying to kill you right now. Your life, your blood, your throat, give me your neck, all that. Hang you, tie you to a stick, throw rocks at you. You supposed to be dead right now. They should be trying to kill you, breaking your door down right now where you sleeping at. I want you to feel that. And then when somebody, and now how disrespectful is it for them to tell you to respect these beliefs? Like, what? This is an injustice. This shit is a crime. And they want you to respect their book that tells them they supposed to put you to death.
And the Old Testament, a lot of the shit, there's nobody that's not guilty of some rule in the Old Testament. There just isn't. And like you said, it already gets tied in. Earlier, you talked about how it gets tied into the New Testament with Jesus talking about how he was there to support the law of the Old Testament and everything rather than contradict it. And
Yeah.
So yeah, how there's just no getting around all of that.
You can't claim it. You can't claim the New Testament. Can't say, well, Jesus. I read it. It's Matthew something. Shit. But yes.
Oh my God, dude.
Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophet. That means everything that they was talking about in the Old Testament, Jesus is on board, okay with. That's Matthew.
Read on.
Okay.
Read on.
Listen to me now, Michaela, if you watching this.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to this now, LGBTQ plus community. It says, I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. That means
Amen.
Okay.
Jesus did not die for our sins so that you can be saved. No. Jesus died for our sins so that these Christians can break your fucking door down and come bloodshed, motherfucker. Come hang you from your ceiling. Come rip your fucking guts apart. They supposed to burn you alive and cut your eyeball, all that. Jeepers Creepers type shit. All that. That's what they supposed to do to you. Racism, religion, respecting this shit. No. We will not have it. Because I'm pretty sure the LGBTQ community is not coming up with a fucking book that says if you a straight man or a straight woman, thou shalt be put to death. Are y'all coming up with that book? Is that book in the making? Do y'all have a motherfucking prophet that's gonna come and say, I agree with this? Right? Ain't no LGBTQ plus Bible that's saying who to kill and why. Y'all just saying, I like this motherfucker and leave me alone and let me be. Cool. No, you can't. They listen to me. They can't let you be. If you transgender, gay, bisexual, whatever, they can't let you be, motherfucker. They can't let you be. They can't leave you alone. See, you can hide in the corner and respect. That's why I made a video about the little atheists in the corner. You can get in your corner and leave their beliefs alone and respect their beliefs. But
And man, this is the thing too. I grew up. I'm bisexual, and a lot of the shit, like, I was just told I wasn't. I was just told I wasn't. That you're either straight or you're fucking sinning, and
you
you
fucking
better
devil
be
worshiper.
acting like you're fucking straight if you aren't. Then like that's what you do. And
But you supposed to be like, I keep emphasizing on this because even the atheist guy on the stream and said respect the beliefs, attack the belief. I'm like, how do we not attack them if they attach everything to the religion? They gonna take it as disrespect.
But it's not about that. Like, I was there. I was attacking myself. I was attacking other people and shit. And dude, it's all this thing of this us versus them and tribalism and everything that plays into it, that you aren't.
But Slew. Listen to me. They want you. You gotta feel me on this. You gotta take this in. They want you to respect a belief system that is out to kill you. This is why I say, show me a good Christian, show me a loving, kind Christian, and I'll show you somebody that don't follow the word.
And they're also out for a belief system that is thinking that they're going to save me at the same time. And that's what keeps them
That's
hooked.
a contradiction. God don't want them to save
it is,
you.
but they don't know it is. That's what a cult is. That's what a cult does, That's how it works.
God don't want them to save you though, Slew.
You get into you get into psychology and different shit that plays into what the fuck they do and their little mind games and things that they play on people that they've indoctrinated into this thing. You're talking about generations and generations of behavioral fucking issues that you can't fix overnight without that individual saying, I want to stop this cycle, which I've done and some people have done, you've done, but it don't always happen, and you can't. It is so fucking shitty, and yes, we should call these people out every fucking time. But you're shaking your head. What?
I'm still stuck on what I was saying. I'm listening. I'm just stuck on what I'm
Go
just
ahead.
thinking. I'm just thinking about this fucking book. This is
Hey,
what book?
Bar.
Huh?
Hey,
And
let me
Skinny
ask
had-
you this.
Yeah.
Did you see that video I made? Honor thy parents. You seen that?
No, I have not. But I'm
Okay,
listening.
so in the video, I'm breaking down that this is what the Bible does. It's a psychology fuck. They fuck with your brain so bad. So honor thy parents is a great thing to live by for anybody, right? That's legit.
Not anybody,
But
most.
but the Bible don't for most, right? Because in certain whoever raises you, let's just put it that way, or whoever shelters
I
you and
think
feeds you, basically.
I think he was saying like some parents are sick fucks that treat their kids wrong.
Right. That's what I said. Whoever
Okay.
deserves to be honored as your parents, right? But that's a good model to live by. But see what religion did, what Christianity did with that verse, they took it and spend it. I used to have my parents tell me that all the time. But when you read the Bible, this is the crazy thing. The Bible says to honor your parents, not because it's the good thing to do, because there's a consequence for not doing it. And
Right.
you know, they say, oh, you'll live longer, you'll have longer life if you, and that's true according to the Bible, because if you do not honor your parents, it says to take you outside your house, bring you in front of the elders, and stone your ass. So the Bible is telling you that, yeah, if you honor your parents, you'll live longer because you won't get stoned. And this is what the Bible does.
Yes, and I love that you said that. I love that you said that because it's examples like that
I got the verse.
you just perfectly laid out that demolish free will, because free will is an illusion. What it comes down to is an ultimatum. It's always an ultimatum. It's not you get to pick this thing without fear of retribution or penalty or consequence. It's you do it my way or your whole shit's getting fucked up. That's what it comes
Right.
down to. So if you go study your definitions, again, going down to definitions, it's not free will. It's an ulti-fucking-matum.
The fucking verse you talk about, Skinny, is Deuteronomy chapter 21, verses 18 through 21. Y'all got it. Listen to this sick shit.
I
It
broke the
says,
whole thing in my video, broke it down. Go
bro,
ahead, though.
if a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and though they discipline him, will not listen to them, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his city at the gate of the place where he lives. And they shall say to the elders of his city, This is our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the city, listen to this shit now. Y'all got to hear this part. Listen to this shit. All the men of the city shall stone him to death with stones. What the fuck? This is in the Bible.
And that's why they tell you to honor your parents, not because it's the good thing to do. And that's the fucked up thing. And that's how they live their life. They do everything not because it's the good thing to do, because the Bible tells them to do that, and that's an issue.
Hold on. Listen.
Now, see,
go ahead.
I think every gay person should be stoned, but in a completely different way.
You got to get it in the proper context.
I was just going to say. Right. I was just going to say. Here's the problem. Is all of y'all are getting this shit way out of context. You're not even close. You're not even close to being in context, because what's the context? Nobody fucking knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody fucking knows.
But in what Oz, in what context is taking your son or daughter out and letting grown men throw rocks at him? In what context is that okay?
Right. So great question. So to go back to your, I'm gonna tie it. I'm gonna put a package together here. So to take that and even the title of your episode, or misogyny, or child abuse, or murder, or anything, this is this is my thing. In what context? It doesn't matter the time period. It doesn't matter what religious figures were in place and were not. In what context are any of those things ever okay? When are they ever acceptable? The answer is never, fucking nada, not once, ever are they acceptable. Period. And the only way that you can make them acceptable and make them okay is to put this little Band-Aid over it. And guess what that Band-Aid's name is?
Old Testament.
Faith.
Oh, wow.
Faith. It all comes down
Wow.
to faith. Every single time. You can take all that shit all day, the most disgusting things that happen on our planet. The only way you can justify those things, the only way that you can say that this is okay, no matter the time period, no matter what's going on, is when you apply the Band-Aid named faith. That's the only time you can do it.
I think Dawkins is doing it now with trans rights and shit. With not being able to recognize that non-binary people are even a fucking thing. He's doing it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've just heard little bits. I haven't heard enough of his stuff to even make an intelligent comment on that. So
Sam Harris is doing the same thing, and I believe it's
what-
with trans rights as well.
What are they saying?
It's they just I think Dawkins' claim is that
did you bring me a beer?
I got one. Yeah, I got one right here for you.
Sweet.
You gotta take that one.
Yeah.
There we go. But yeah, I believe Dawkins is trying to say that that non-binary people are actually just in gender dysphoria and shit, and trying to go that route with it and just stay in that. And I don't agree with that. And there's also, dude, it just fucking sucks. There's atheists that I respect on other aspects of things, but they go so fucking crazy on some social issues and things that they're almost fucking conservative at the end of the day. It's
But
just
okay,
fucking-
what exactly are the non-binary? Like, what are they asking for that's just unreasonable? Like, I don't get it. Like, what's the problem?
Now, this is something that after I came out of religion and everything that I've had to question myself of how much of all that it is there's two separate things. There's your biological sex and there's your gender. And these were the things that I wasn't understanding, was that those are two separate fucking things. And gender is what people, what society views usually as falling under one gender or another. And non-binary people are just saying that we don't feel comfortable in either one of those. So instead of he or she, I just really don't feel like I connect to either one of those. Just call me they or them.
Well, call me my fucking name, right?
And if you didn't know, if you saw somebody you didn't know if it was a female or male, and you weren't just raised like a fucking asshole like I was, then you would know enough to call them they or them or whatever, you know, and not portray something that they wouldn't want to be called themselves. It's which is just fucking respect to begin with. Like if you're claiming to be a dude, Bar, and I start calling you by she and her fucking pronouns while you're in the same fucking room, or you know, just referring to you or whatever, and saying shit like that, how would that make you feel? Or it, for that matters, I guess my brother put in too. That's very demeaning to
So it's like they're just being lazy.
It's
just laziness, right?
Well,
it's a fucking just call people what they.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Just call them what they want to be called. It's a word.
Yeah.
Just call them this shit.
Yeah, it's just general respect at the end of the fucking day.
And I do, for the record, before I even ask any questions, I do agree. When it comes down to the respect, it comes down to the respect. Period. Right. But this is something that I am learning and evolving in because my stepdaughter is in the middle of this I guess identifying the identity is the best way I know to explain it, because I've not been through that. Yeah, questioning. Thank you. And trying to figure it all out, and me being trying to be respectful and supportive, but still be proper skeptic, and okay, what is all of this, and ask all the questions, and find everything out,
Right.
because I will not blindly believe anything, right? I won't blindly just okay, because I have done quite a bit of research on my own on the back end, like what you were talking about. No, those specific ones I haven't, but other ones I have for her. For I'm sorry, for our relationship, and as all those things change. Here's some of the things that I've been reading and talking with, and see, I'm still learning with them, is a lot of these things are. Well, I'll ask you: have you felt this way, even if you suppressed it at a young age? Have you always felt the way you felt, and you just suppressed it for a long time, or is this a new thing to you?
For me,
Yeah,
with which thing? With
with
sexuality or with
the
gender?
pro. Well, any of it, I guess. That's fair.
Um, I feel like I was told what I was, how I was supposed to be, and whether I never had a decision to make to begin with. So right now, I'm questioning a lot of things. I'm pretty fucking certain that I'm bisexual, and I'm okay with it now. But there's still so much that there's religious trauma there still
Right.
that fucking eats at me, and not just with that particular thing, but with a lot of things.
Mhm.
Um, and that's things people don't normally take into consideration. I don't think.
Right. Well, with the religious trauma piece, I do, because for different reasons, I've had to go to therapy for the religious trauma.
Yeah.
And I've had to do all that. So I'm very sensitive to those things, and try to be very aware of those things. And as far as and I appreciate your honesty so far. I want to say that, and you being
Mhm.
for transparent and everything. When you look back, do you see it as you've maybe felt like that? Not that you had a decision, but you had those questions or certain feelings or anything that date back before your escaping religion, that were suppressed, or maybe even taken away from you because of the religion. Do you look back and see that or feel that?
Definitely. Like I'd said, it's a narcissistic god. They take all decisions away from you. You don't have any decisions to be made. That's in the grand master plan of shit, right? That's where your um what do they want to call it? The free will. That's where your free will ends,
Hmm.
is at that point. So yeah, I had all that taken away. I didn't even know that non-binary was a fucking option or a thing that I could have been, or and the same thing for even gay or bisexual for that matter. It was a thing of just
Taboo.
you're straight or you're sinning. One of the two. That's
And
what it
they
is.
want you.
If you're sinning, that's the devil's work. That's evil. That's things that are, yeah, you're fucking up, and you need to beg for forgiveness for your transgressions and all that shit, and fucking and beg your God for mercy, and
Hmm.
so you don't go into that fiery fucking pit for the rest of eternity. So
And they
No,
want you.
but sorry, I'll
They
say
have.
this, and I'll stop, so this
Okay.
doesn't turn into an interview. uh, Again, thank you for being honest, and I do want
I
to say,
enjoy this.
as a both of us being former Christians and believers, I'm very sorry that you had to go through what you went through, and I am
Mhm.
very sorry that the natural you, the real you, was suppressed. But I am grateful, and I am happy for you that today in 2021 you were able to start figuring those things out and find who you are and identify who you are, and that is all that fucking matters. So, congrats to you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And I want you to. I gotta bring this back up because this is the title of the video. But like, they want you with everything you just said. You know, if we were Christians, we supposed to be coming to look for you right now. But like, I want you to understand that they want you to walk around the planet respecting a belief that's out to get you. Like, I don't want you to think that it's not a keep it to yourself thing. No, they are out to get you. Like they're if I can find it, motherfucker. This is your worst enemy. This is out to get you right here. This is you know what I'm saying? Like
That's
how do you
Mexico, man. What are you talking about?
like how are you supposed to how are
I
you
saw
supposed to
the
live
map.
how are you supposed to live your life respecting this
Yeah.
after what you just said? And I just read we just read the verse about, you know, if a man sleeps with a man. But like how do they expect you to go about doing this? Is my question. Like how are you supposed to respect
Stoned. That's you're supposed to get stoned first. I believe that's what it said, especially if you're gay or bisexual. So you got to do that. But
I just don't
yeah,
I just
I don't
don't
know.
I can't
And you know, they go out there with their little signs and want to march and protest over gay marriage, right? But in
Dude,
their Bible, you can't show me one person that actually had a damn wedding in the Bible. Do you know in the Bible, being married is simple as having sex with a woman? If I had
Yeah.
sex with you, we are married.
This was the
No
fucking
matter if I
thing.
rape you or not.
When
I
I
have a lot of
was
wives.
getting married, this was the
I have
thing
a
I
whole lot of
brought up.
wives.
I brought this shit up to my
Hey, I've
pastor.
been married so many times.
Yeah, man, Skinny. I brought this up to the pastor at my church, and he I almost did not get married at that fucking church, but my I had brainwashed my own fucking fiance into that church and the bullshit at the time, and she was connected to the people then and wanted the wedding there.
Shame on
And
you.
I know, dude. I honestly feel fucking awful about it. Like I still feel awful about it. And dude, I was involved with kids things, the Awana. It was the thing that
Shame
they were
on you.
all workers are can I remember that little fucking anagram or whatever the fuck it was, the all workers are, it was based off of a Bible verse or something.
Of course.
Oh yeah, AWANA, all workers are something, no, whatever, I don't know, but yeah, I even yeah
Shame on you.
help these motherfuckers like memorize verses that were just oppressing them the whole fucking time. That's great.
Shame on you. You shall be put to death, Slew. You
Slew
understand
supper.
that?
I'll suffer.
Man, that's crazy. I want to read something that I saw earlier. I didn't want to stop y'all, but I really wanted to say this because I think this is one of my favorite contradictions in the Bible. I think that was Tony. Tony said something about you need the faith of a mustard seed or whatever, right? I made a video. It was like 20 minutes long of just this. On one side, it says, with the faith of a mustard seed, you can move a fucking mountain. Right?
Hallelujah!
With the faith of a mustard seed, you can move a mountain.
That's
and
what
then,
it is. Oh, approved workman or not ashamed. Sorry. Go ahead.
He said, the faith of a mustard seed, you can move a mountain, y'all. And then it says, faith without work is dead.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
Praise the Lord. Praise the
Yeah,
Lord.
that was the one that was being used at our church all the time too. Yeah.
So I could do.
They even did they handed out mustard seeds with the little fucking Bible
Oh,
verses and
they
shit.
did that shit to us too.
Yeah.
They did that shit to us too.
Yeah,
Fuck is
ours.
they handing out mustard seeds and shit for?
Ours, and this is how indoctrinated this motherfucker was. So our running scripture for years was Romans 12:2, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And I had that shit tattooed right here, which is now covered up with a $100 bill rose. Yeah, eat that, Jesus. But I had that shit on there, and it was like it was always no, don't listen to what they say. Don't listen to their questions. Don't even talk to them. They hate God and they love their sin. They hate God and love their sin. And it's like, oh, that's like, we know how they think now. Like we know what they think. And now they're devils. That's really cool.
You see the chat.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck you guys. No, those are my homies. Those are my homies.
But how do you how can I move a fucking mountain, but I can't do shit like so faith is only good for moving mountain. It can't do shit else. It can't stop me from getting my ass beat. It can't stop you from getting robbed, raped, molested, tortured, enslaved, police brutality. It can't stop none, but you can move a fucking mountain. Come on. That's ridiculous. Because people who are Christians go through shit. The same shit as people who don't believe. So it's like, what is the benefit? This is another video. I want to do another stream on this, but like, what is the benefit of believing this shit when it is not gonna stop you from getting no torture, no harm? It don't help you in no area of your life
Let me know when you're doing that one. I would love to help you because one of my so faith, and you can intertwine these. Faith and then the placebo effect of religion are some of my favorite things to talk about because religion is one giant placebo pill, and that's really what it comes down to. So if you would like to have me, I would love to help you with that one because that's I love that shit because people don't get it. Like it's literally a placebo effect. That's all it comes down to. Prayer in and of itself, and I'm not talking about because you can have people that meditate and it have real psychological, emotional impacts, right? But prayer from having a divine interaction or a supernatural interaction is placebo. It's 100% placebo, and scientists have proven it. It's proven.
EMDR is kind of the same way that where there's benefits to the actual process itself, but the roots of it is actually in hypnosis, which is a bunch of bullshit. So it works, but it's just for the fact that it's distracting your brain on one aspect of things and getting it to try to control things on the other end. Sorry.
Listen to this. Yes, ma'am says.
I got him doing prayer hands already. Look at him. He's got Jesus in him. He's got the spirits. He's got ghosts coming into him.
Listen to this. Yes, ma'am says, God doesn't give you anything you can't fucking handle. Hallelujah.
Oh my God. Let me touch that, please.
Hold up. Oz, can you please play the hallelujah sound? Please. I need it.
Hallelujah. Amen.
Can't make this shit up. Go ahead, Skinny.
That's so funny because I'm working on a video right now and I got a scripture that kind of deals with that. So look, Samuel 2 verse 7.
The apostle.
It said the Lord maketh poor and the Lord maketh richer. Maketh rich. He bringeth low and bringeth high. So no Illuminati. Jay-Z is rich because of God and you poor because of God. That's so fucked up. So yeah, he gives you what you can't. He never gives you what you can't handle, and he never gives you what you can handle either.
That doesn't sound like capitalism at all, does it? Like
No, it's not the devil that they putting them horns up. It doesn't mean nothing because God make them rich according to your Bible, and He made you poor according to your Bible.
Where's my millions? Where's my millions?
I mean, what did
Right.
Satan do that was so bad anyway, right?
Tell us the
Satan
fucking
is
truth.
the best Christian ever. Satan
Right.
does exactly what he's told. I don't care what nobody says. Satan does exactly what he's told.
I could tell you what the satanic temples, the actual tenets are right now. I got them fucking on postcards and shit here. Like they aren't. It is nothing that is immoral. There's no immoral tenet that they have, and
You want to know?
one of them is actually in the. It's based in our scientific understanding of I don't know, present day shit or something. I'd have to actually look them up, but they aren't. There's you can go onto TST's website and see them. It's not a fucking secret, but these Christians act like it is, and they act like there's some big fucking. I don't know, like there's child sex rings and fucking pizza parlors. Like how the fuck?
So I will ask you this, and then I got to bounce. I got to
Mhm.
finish getting stuff together for the tournament. But I don't know what your guys' what your opinion is as far as the most entertaining or the funniest scripture in the Bible is to you. And there's some very outlandish ones, but I'll share mine real quick, and I'll bounce. Are you ready for this?
Mhm.
Sure.
And I want you to think about it when I say it. I want you to think about how funny this shit is. In the beginning.
Damn.
Oz. I
Hey,
want to listen to me, Oz. I wish I could give you a hug because as soon as you started talking about this, that is the first thing that came to my mind. I really wish I could. Here you go. Look, come here. I just want to. All right, okay, my bad.
Yeah, we got COVID, bro. We got COVID.
That is exactly what came to my head as soon as you said it. I'm like, in the beginning. And
Yeah,
your
and-
ass said
and-
in the beginning.
That's the most funny, preposterous, outlandish bullshit in that book.
Did Oz just speak in tongues? Did Oz catch tongues? I believe so. He at least spoke in one tongue. I don't know about all the others.
Well, you know what? I will say this. They're talking all that shit in the chat, but they're in here. They must love me. They're wasting their time in here trying to talk shit about me. So
That's it.
love y'all. Love y'all.
Tell him,
Hey man, I got called a Nazi.
hey. Tell him you blessed and highly favored, Oz.
I am blessed and highly favored. Shigga high, passing the devil by, shit about a Honda.
There you go.
Yes and amen. And let the church say,
Hallelujah.
Amen. But she, you about to roll, Oz?
yep, I'm gonna dip out and appreciate you guys. And yeah, if when you want to do that particular video, and if we can talk about the placebo effect, just well, we're friends on TikTok. Hit me up, and if you want that,
You
love
follow?
to help.
Yeah, we're friends on TikTok. I got you.
Yeah. Yep,
Mhm.
yep. Just hit me up. All right, thanks, thanks everybody.
Lewd? Are you lewd?
No, that's not
no.
Lou. This is
No,
Oz.
you're not lewd. You're
Yeah.
Oz.
Lewd.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said. Sorry. Okay.
You gonna
Nice
know him.
seeing you, Oz.
Lou
Cool.
sound like you can tell his voice. Like his voice is, oh my god, guys, like totally fucking awesome.
Oh, that's not me.
Nah, that's good.
No,
Hey,
no,
see
no.
you guys. Totally awesome talking to you.
No, but he only comes in
Lude
on like
actually
never had-
sounds like this, man. Like that is his voice.
I haven't seen him. Like I haven't seen him on, you
No.
know, so I don't know what anybody looks like.
He's
So
an enigma.
got
He's
you.
yeah.
So real quick, and I'm going to go. So this guy in your chat, it's Brute Facts Podcast.
Mhm.
He's kind of a misfit. So when you guys see him pop in, just handle him with care. He's very fragile. He's very
What's-
tender,
What's his name?
and it's
He's on
brutal.
Tinder.
And he's probably on Tinder, so holler at your boy. But he's a little sensitive. And here's the thing: he's only like 5'2".
Oh
So
man.
so
He's a
just be
spinner.
careful. You might have to do this. You might have to do this. But just
That's
love on him.
kinky, man. I
Just
don't know.
love on him. Just love him. Pat his little head. Just love on him. And he'll be okay. He'll be okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, man.
Man, I hope to
I got-
connect with you later at some point too. You're awesome.
That's Lou. Oh man, I mean that's Oz, not Lou. You confusing me.
Sorry, I think you fucking said it first. I think. I
Oh
don't know.
man.
That's my story.
Oh, but I wanna ooh, this goes with
5'7". Don't make fun of that motherfucker. Quit it. He's all right.
I'm 5'7" too.
I guess
Stop
I'm
lying.
shrinking. Like I thought I was 6'2", and then the fucking doctor just told me I was like 5'11" or some shit the
Oh
other
my
day. So I
god,
don't
man.
know.
I'm
It's 'cause
6'3", man. Y'all tiny, man.
Man, God. Gotta do jumping jacks for Jesus. Jumping jacks for Jesus.
Hey, let me say this. Did y'all ever go to Vacation Bible School?
I was trying to talk about that earlier, but y'all wouldn't shut
I'm sorry.
up. No, we good. But you said, yeah, Vacation Bible. Okay, what was Vacation Bible School like for you?
It was lit, bro. So what happened was they'll lock us in, like they call it lockout or something like that. They'll lock us in there for like 2 days, I think,
Mm-hmm.
which is actually abuse if you think about it. But hey, they would lock us in there, and you know, the funnest part was, you know, I hate to say this, but I'm just gonna say it. The funnest part was the girls because
Mm-hmm.
uh,
You was in
church
church,
always had the freaks. I'm gonna throw it out there. It is what it is. I had one of my first experiences in church. All
which
right,
is
so
why all of us are here. Because we was too freaky for the church.
yeah,
I
so
fucking admire both of you. I was the geeky motherfucker out of all of us here
Oh
that
my
didn't get to do that. So that, yeah.
Slew, you are destroying the stereotypes of Christian people. We are
Oh,
freaks.
dude,
We are
I
all
was
freaks. We're not.
I was a
especially the
fucking
pastor's
virgin
daughter.
for
Woo!
too long. Like dude, you're lucky I'm not a serial killer. It's fucking, Albert Fish went through the same shit as me. So, I'm not doing that bad.
Right.
The second funnest part was the food.
Yes.
Second funnest part. But the first part was the doing stuff you ain't supposed to be doing in church.
You was leading them people to hell. What's wrong with you, man? Doing that stuff in God's house, in front of the Lord.
No, I wasn't in front of him. It was downstairs in the little
No,
cafeteria part.
God is everywhere. Remember?
This is the tree
How-
of knowledge.
How dare you disrespect God in His house like that, though, man?
It happened. One of the best experiences I've ever had in my life.
Come
man.
check out these roots of the tree of knowledge. Not to lay on you. Okay, that was wrong. Sorry.
God said, "Let there be light." Oh shit, man! Hey,
Yes, ma'am. Said the pastor himself be sleeping with everybody's wife. Facts.
You were in the
Yeah.
vestibule and you got her doggy style. So where were we at? Where'd we leave off here?
Yes, ma'am. You ain't lying.
Did y'all hear about that pastor?
Oh yes, God
It was
damn!
a-
I didn't even. I wasn't thinking that was a person.
It was a
Sorry.
long time ago. It was a pastor that was telling his congregation that his sperm was the link to God.
Yes.
So they was giving him head. They was giving him. I don't want. They was doing that to him, and
dude.
he would call it
Oral
holy
oral
milk.
blessings. Oral
Yeah,
blessings.
he said
Dude,
it was holy milk.
if we wanted to get into sicker shit than that, have you looked into like the Catholic Church and the like? Oh, there
I'm
was Mea Maxima Culpa, The Silence of the Church, I believe. It was on HBO, and it was this documentary into the Catholic Church specifically, and how they had a pastor that was taking advantage of deaf children that was there. And to where they at that time it was like in the 70s or something, and people weren't learning sign language. The parents had apparently more fucking money than they had sense, and would just send their kids to these fucking Catholic churches and shit, and then never bother to learn sign language on their own and rely on the pastor to be the in-between dude, or the nuns that were in the same fucking cult. And yeah, that documentary also went into how the Catholic Church poured money into funds for those things specifically,
mm,
just to pay off families for
that's
those
fucked up.
Right.
things. And also to where at one time they had somebody that they ended up taking off a payroll and fucking excommunicating or whatever the fuck they decided to do. But the dude was this was the brilliant idea. They were going to buy an island. They had it all set up. They were going to buy this fucking island. And this was going to be where they turned gay people, the gay priests, the
Oh
ones that
my
were child
God.
molesters and shit, back into straight priests. And they had already set up all these funds and shit for that. And then I don't know, somebody else came into the Vatican at that time or whatever, or the movement changed a bit, and they decided no, not so much, that person was wrong and that they wouldn't put their money into that. But they had their down payment on it already with the island. But yeah, Mea Maxima Culpa, it's like The Silence of the Church or something. There was like a colon there and then another little thing of it, and it was on HBO. It was a very
That's
enlightening
that's
documentary, I gotta say.
well that's some sick shit. Why
Hmm.
why doesn't the Bible condemn that type of shit? Why doesn't it say, hey, thou shalt not molest little kids and you know what I'm saying? Why doesn't it say that? Why, like, if God knew that if see a lot of this shit, like, if a God does exist and knows everything, he could have just told us all this shit, like, hey, some of y'all gonna come along and y'all gonna, why create us? Why even create humans with the urge to do these type of things to
Why create a devil? Why would you create your own fucking enemy?
Because he
How
can't be a
fucking
savior. He can't be a savior unless he has something
yeah,
opposing him.
right?
Eh,
But he
You know,
but he trying to save us from
dualism.
him.
Dualism, which comes from another fucking religion before all of this. Like, and the individual gods of the Old Testament alone, you you can fucking see it. Like, if you fucking look at it from an outward perspective, you can see it. You can see the volcano god whenever it comes to the actual Sodom and Gomorrah story and shit. And that was a Roman god. That there was other gods involved with all this shit. And you can see with the devil being involved with Zoroastrianism or
Funny,
Zoroastrianism.
I'm getting ready to drop a video. My next, I'm doing a video on the Quran. I've been reading through it, and in the Bible, in the garden, they call it the serpent, but in the Quran they call it Satan. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's not, now the Quran. I was the Quran tells the exact same story about the garden.
And even with the story, dude, they would have to where you've got that, you know, they'll interchange those things because the serpent is Satan.
Hmm.
You know,
But why put him?
it's Abrahamic religion. It's still based off of Judaism at the end of the day.
But why? But why put him there? Or why put the serpent there
Where?
in the garden?
Because that's the perfect spot, literally, for discourse. To cause
Man.
this divide, to cause this dualism aspect of there being a good and bad power and all of that bullshit. Like that's where that start. Original Judaism does not even believe that there's a devil. There was no devil before Zoroastrianism came along. That was all part of that. That's fucking paganism. That got
Look. Back to what Barr said though. Like, why would you allow humans to do that? But look at this.
yeah.
Like, you know how AI is made? Like, not how
Auto.
it's made, but how they set it up. They set up certain parameters that the AI can't go past. Like, they only can do so much. Like, for instance, if there's a creator, he made us not to be able to jump off a building and fly, right? So he
Mm.
could have made those parameters for us not to do things like this. Like, he made the parameters available
Yeah.
for us to do these things. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense.
Yeah, and it's a little, and I get into, I admin a religious debates group, and we get a lot of all of this in there, but yeah, that's one of them is, well, okay, I'm gonna probably build off of that because that wasn't actually his take on all that, but um building off of that, I would say that there's the theory that there's a um that we're actually some kind of computer program of some sort and all that shit, and that we're in an AI thing already and all that. And it's like, okay, this is the thing you just said. There's already these parameters set. So how
Yeah.
do you go beyond those parameters? You would never be able to go beyond those parameters. So it
Right.
doesn't matter. It never gets to the point to where that doesn't matter.
Mm.
If even if it did, you aren't
We
going
got
to be able to look beyond those fucking parameters to get outside of that to see it anyways. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It won't. It never will. Like,
we got.
yeah.
No, I was saying we got Doom.
Is that my brother on?
Doomver.
Okay.
Is it? I can't
Yeah.
hear him. Is he?
Yeah.
Hello, Doomver. Yo.
Unmute your fucking shit, brethren.
Yo, Doomver. Can't hear, man.
It might take him a minute, dude. He's out in the middle of fucking bumfuck.
Oh man.
Where I grew up at. So
Oh, tough shit.
he's
Hold on. Listen to this.
He might get on. He might still be able to get on.
Listen to this. Tony says, I think this is some good shit right here. Listen to this. Tony says, hold on, I'm letting Doomer back in. Yeah. Tony says if God exists, then there should be an automatic belief gene in all of us. Wow. Like,
Yeah, even deeper than that, there's no blue sky atheists out there. Like, nobody says, hey, nobody says, I believe the sky's not blue. Like, it's impossible. Like, facts come with belief. Like, it's only the things you can't prove that can create doubt. Like, why would a God
Yeah.
have any
where,
doubt? Why would there be any?
and that's where you said blue sky and all of that. Would you call yourself an agnostic blue skyist? Like it's
Right,
just the most
right.
ridiculous fucking thing, you know?
You
Wow.
believe the grass is green. I don't believe the grass is green. Well,
And,
go outside.
man,
Let's see.
and that is where I could see myself almost being a Gnostic atheist. To the
Yeah,
point of we
mm,
haven't to the point of our scientific evidence, everything that and science is based off of nature. It's the fucking study of nature. What else is there? We don't
right.
know anything else than what is nature. We haven't been able to prove anything outside of nature ever. Ever.
I agree with
So
you.
so how the fuck do you even how would you even get to that point? So I can definitely see I still consider myself agnostic atheist, but I have friends that are Gnostic atheists, and I can definitely see that fucking perspective of things very clearly. Like it really isn't that much different than just saying
There is
like
no God.
yeah, okay, disprove
Nature says it every day. Nature don't care if
yeah.
there's a God or not.
No,
Nature
like
just
I'm
continue to do its thing.
it's like saying, okay, we aren't going to accept gravity as a thing until you prove that it isn't a thing, or that
hmm
it's
So let
until
me.
you prove completely to 100% that this is what it is and how it is and how you could narrow that shit down to
But
infinite. And it's
is
like,
the
how the fuck?
is the absence is the absence of evidence the evidence of absence? Like, because we can't prove this shit, does it mean
Oh
it doesn't
God.
exist? Because this is what they're gonna tell us every fucking time. You can't prove my God on it. Like, you can't prove that I didn't see ghosts that night.
Well, no,
Therefore,
but it's not my job to prove that your little fucking claim is something to begin with. Like,
right,
you've got to have some kind of evidence to begin with to prove. That's how we do with everything.
exactly.
Anything else that we would all agree on. Like, not just your little fucking sect of Christianity or your little, aspect of religion or whatever. Anything that we have that we can universally agree on is based off of these logical things that are, and it is not, they try to, the individual religions try to persuade things into a certain direction that line up with scientific research or uh, even philosophy and shit, Socratic method early on. They try to use terminology that relates to all of it, but it doesn't at the end of the day. It doesn't line up to those specific standards to get to the same conclusion that we've been able to make.
I want to. That Tony, what you saying is not funny. It's just funny that they think that. That's why I'm not laughing at the
I
situation.
haven't even looked for a minute.
I'm laughing at what the fuck they came up with after that. But I want to say, Slew, which like that's where the whole burden of proof thing
Oh
coming at.
God, dude. Oh, tornadoes come through Alabama yesterday, and they're believers saying that Satan created tornadoes, even though they're act of nature. Dude, we had this every year at my church, every year at this little fucking cult church, and I had somebody from the Children of God cult that has been around Joel Osteen and shit before. And he even said that he doesn't even distinguish. He's come out of the cult and he doesn't distinguish any difference between a cult and a religion. There's none,
Mm,
according to him. Somebody has
right.
been in a fucking cult.
When you
So
look at I'm sorry, go ahead.
who else are you going to take? They're other than the person that's still stuck in the cult.
When you
Who's
look at the
yeah? What
when you,
advice you got?
when
Or
you look at the definition of a cult, it basically comes down to if other people see it as a cult, that makes it a cult. Like, that's literally what
yeah.
like, religion is religion, but to be a cult, other people have
Well,
to.
yeah, cult, like it kind of God, what's the actual definition? Do you have the definition in front
Hold
of you?
on,
Like,
let me see if I can put it.
it,
Because when
it is so similar to religion. And
I
then, dude, if you looked up narcissism and compared it to, if you took the DS, the whatever, the actual,
listen to this.
like,
It says a relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. That means if I call it strange, if I say it's evil, if I say it's a cult, it's a fucking cult, motherfucker. Them you believe in them leprechauns? That's a cult. you and Lou.
okay, get this, man.
You
Okay.
fucking cult. You're a cult leader. You're a cult worshiper.
Keep Christianity in mind here. Let me read through this list. That's a description. I'll just leave it vague. A description. A grandiose sense of importance. A preoccupation with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love. A belief that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high status people or institutions. A need for excessive admiration, a sense of entitlement, interpersonally exploitive behavior, a lack of empathy, envy of others, or a belief that others are envious of him or her.
Wow.
A demonstration of arrogant and haughty behaviors or attitudes. That is the description of narcissistic personality disorder.
That's a fucking religion.
DSM-5. The diagnosis that we get from psychologists, psychiatrists, and all that shit. It is, it's the Abrahamic God defined out from the outward perspective. And that is, right?
How do
amazing in
how
itself.
do they let me I'll have to fix this shit. How do they how does a Christian read that definition and say God is a narcissist?
They don't, because they don't fucking believe that mental health is completely there, that it's a thing. Like that was what I ran into.
Can I read something to y'all real quick?
Yeah.
Because
Zen Master, what's up, man?
Y'all Christians find a way to skip a lot of verses in the Bible. For instance, Psalm 66, verse 5, it says, "Come see the works of God. He is terrible in all his doing towards the children of men."
Oh, see, that's
now,
that's in
your
definition. No.
He
This
says he's
is your
not
definition of come to begin with. We can't go off of. They're coming to their own conclusions. So, in that aspect, yeah.
Look, Deuteronomy 7, verse 21. "Thou shalt be afflicted of them, for the Lord thy God is among you, a mighty God and terrible." So what does terrible mean to them? Even the Bible knows he's terrible.
He wrote the book. I mean, he inspired the book. He inspired the book. Wow.
Who?
But you see how
who inspired the book?
Jeebus. But do you see how fundamental reading is? I didn't even know that. I've never heard that.
Yeah.
It's so
fucked up, dude. The deeper you read, the more
right.
questions you have. There's nothing that makes sense at the end of it. There never is.
We got to put this book down.
That's it.
It's dangerous, bro.
I had to put this book down.
It is.
I wish people. I wish we could cancel this shit. I really am opposed to religion. I am like a
I
motherfucking
mean, where are the fucking Christians defending it right now? I'd love for them to fucking get on right now and tell me that I haven't experienced the same fucking shit that they have.
right. They tell you you haven't experienced
Like,
my God. You were never
yeah,
a Christian.
yeah. And the majority of the fucking population of the US for the past how many fucking decades has been in Christianity's favor. Like, even if you were just to toss the dice and be like, oh, who am I talking to today?
This is some
Like,
sick shit,
for the
man.
past how many decades, it would be somebody that's Christian. It's so ridiculous. And then they keep playing the persecuted card.
Right. They literally think they're being persecuted. Like y'all done, if y'all are being persecuted, y'all been persecuted motherfuckers for millennia.
They
Share
are
this.
the biggest percentage
Oh
of the
God.
world, though. We are the
Okay.
minority here. Like, I don't.
Okay, do you mind if I share this link to, like, you've got the link up right now for people, right?
Yeah.
I'm on some actual African atheist groups, like, from Africa,
Mm.
or African theist groups from Africa that might
I
join
don't
in.
know.
I'll share the link anyway and see what the fuck happens.
I got the
Look,
I hate to do it.
look at
how do
this.
they
They blame.
We've
Go ahead. My bad.
we listening. We
no,
listening.
no, we've had them in the debate groups before, and
Mm.
I don't know. That's a toss up sometimes. Is all I'm gonna say. I can't. Very indoctrinated. All I'll say.
Randy says, I agree with you, Randy. He says he says never saw a group of people so desperate to claim being prosecuted, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
they want to be tortured and abused and
and
punished and
that
inflicted upon so bad. It's like nobody's harming y'all.
Bro, you hit it on the head though earlier, bro. Go into work and say, I don't believe in God. Watch
Exactly.
how you treat. Watch how
You get
persecuted you
persecuted.
are. Right.
Exactly. You get fucking persecuted.
You can have one in your house. Look, this was crazy. You can have a Christian in your house, and they'd be the nicest person in the world, right? You tell them that you're bisexual or homosexual. I bet you they walk out of the house. I guarantee their whole mood changes. But they the persecuted ones when they are running majority of the world.
Mm. That's what I'm saying.
and
Y'all
I had somebody tell me that persecution. Oh, this is the thing that drives evangelism to begin with. That evangelism isn't even about actually bringing in new Christians or anything. It's about the evangelicists themselves being able to, or evangelicals themselves being able to keep telling themselves that they're right. It's all about the faith thing. It's still about, okay, they get rejected by these people that they went and tried to evangelize, that they tried to indoctrinate into their religion, and they rejected them. What's that tell them? That tells them that the fucking preachers were right. They were saying that, oh, well, we need to go out there and fucking make people into like our religion, or they aren't going to go to heaven. So if we don't do that, then these
I
people
wanna
are going to hell. We'll never see them again.
I
So
wanna
it's this thing is still feeding back on itself that you're somehow responsible for other people outside yourself.
I wanted to save this. I was gonna do a stream about us telling, your worst experience with religion. But I'm gonna say this now because they used to make us feel bad for not leading people to Christ. Like, let me tell you
Yeah.
something. We were in the fucking 8th or the 9th grade, and they took us in a big ass group to the mall, and had us walk around and try to bring fucking strangers to Christ in the fucking mall
Yeah.
and made us
We-
feel bad for not doing it. Like, you lead people to Christ. Like how many lives have you saved this week? They would ask us shit like that.
I spent a week in fucking New York City. Like in a random fucking church group, a church that they had found in fucking New York that had the same fucking, ideals as them, just randomly. And our little fantasies line up with each other. Okay, yeah, take our kids over here for a week,
I would not.
and I gave out fucking tracks that were Hispanic that had. We had a Spanish version of our tracks and we had an English version, and that was all we had in New York fucking City. Like, it was the most ridiculous fucking thing. And then we were on playgrounds, and like I evangelized a lot of fucking like black kids too. Like, it's
Man,
you know how shitty that makes me feel too, just from knowing that I did that.
I told you going to hell.
If there was some kind of actual just God to begin with, yeah, it would be. It's shitty.
Man,
But don't
I
they
just
call itself just and merciful though? Wouldn't that be a contradiction to be both? Because just mean that you're giving somebody what they deserve. Merciful means you're not giving. So how could you be both?
wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Think
Wow.
about that.
Mm.
How can you be both? How can you be a just and merciful God if just mean, oh, Bar, you stole something, you going to jail. But merciful mean you stole something, Bar, but I ain't gonna put you in jail. How can you be both?
Mm.
And that's where I say that it plays into the narcissistic aspect of things also, is that that's a double bind. And narcissists are famous for that technique of things, that where it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario.
Mm.
And like I said, I don't know if I brought it up or not, but like Theremin Trees on YouTube has a
Yes.
lot of good, very good
Mm-hmm.
content on those very things.
I
I
watch
wasn't
him.
sure. It's good. Well, then you're bringing up some points that are similar, but yeah, yeah, I get you.
That's deep.
Yeah,
I need to do a video on that. I never even
they
thought of that.
Theremin Trees helped me out of a lot of shit
Bro, that's
that
what I
I had
do.
going on.
Have you
I had a narcissistic parent, and I had the narcissistic God that I grew up with also in the
mm,
religion. So it's like, yeah,
have you
there.
have you have you ever heard of the non-stamp collector?
Mm-mm.
No,
What? The
non.
non
You had to put me. You had to put me on because I ain't.
listen to me. Listen to me. The
Yeah,
non-stamp collector is the GOAT of, like, he makes like Christian cartoon. He's an atheist, but he makes like he turns the Bible stories into cartoons and shit.
Hold on,
And
hold on, hold on, hold on. Does he have
there's
like
like
little? I
dark
know what you talking
matter.
about. Yes, I take it back.
not
I know
dark
what you talking
matter.
about.
Not dark matter.
Dark
I'm talking
matter.
about
Not
no,
him.
not dark matter. The non-stamp
Oh,
collector.
oh,
Okay.
okay.
Y'all gotta
Yeah,
check out the
I know
non-stamp.
dark matter, but I don't know that one.
In my opinion, I like dark matter, but I feel like the non-stamp collector really conveys the message better. You can I don't see how you even hold the religion after watching them cartoons. Look up the
Oh,
non-stamp collector.
I'm
That's
looking it up now.
that is the GOAT. I like
Nah.
dark matter, but I think non-stamp collector is a little easier on the eyes. Like,
Are they on YouTube?
yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Type it in. I'm gonna show you. Non-stamp collector.
Bam.
Yep.
Somebody just told me today too that there's a
The non-stem collector. It's like it's fucking cartoons, y'all. Like, come on, man. It's cartoons. It's the best shit ever.
okay.
He got a a video. It's like a
I
Bible.
got you now. Yeah, the way
It's like a
Thurman
Bible.
Trees kind of does it too.
It's like a
Yeah.
Bible's contradictions quiz show. Y'all, it is the best shit ever. Oh my gosh. Woo, if you
Oh, I seen that one. Yeah, I seen that one.
non-stump is the GOAT. Non-stump is the GOAT. Like, I don't even know.
Subscribe to it. I'll check it out.
And he got like a little English voice. I love the English accent. And it's like
That's
you can walk.
yeah. Thurman Trees is just fucking the
them-
God damn it! The horrible part about Thurman Trees is that I could go to sleep to that voice. You know, it's like man,
now that's like ASMR.
and there was so much good content to it. It is
Mhm.
explaining things out so in depth beyond what you're realizing at the moment, and it's like that soothing voice just kind of lulls you in, and it didn't want to.
He's very soothing when he talks.
Yeah.
Thurman Trees is very like.
Oh yeah.
That boy he's like.
Which man, it's great, and his Qualia Soup too, his brother that does his channel, you know, and they.
Have you ever heard of Cosmic Skeptic and Rationality Rules?
Rationality Rules, I have, yes.
You never heard of Cosmic Skeptic?
I heard of Cosmic Skeptic. I ain't heard the other one, man.
What about the what about Genetically Modified Skeptic?
Yeah, he all right.
Yeah,
I haven't heard of that.
I like I just feel like they too
politically correct for me.
No. I'm gonna go and keep it 100. This is my shit. I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all.
I listen to Bosch.
This why I had to start doing YouTube, because these motherfuckers when they and I like it. I like to watch their videos, but it's like I need to watch a video of somebody saying fuck these guys, fuck these religions. I'm not trying to change your beliefs. Fuck a belief. So I had to I had to do it myself because nobody was doing it. I was like, I don't want to watch these nice ass people.
That's what I said. They too.
Can I circle back? Can I circle back around to one of our original things with racism and all that?
Yeah.
Okay. I told you that I had racism and shit in my church growing up and everything. Did you guys have that in yours towards white people?
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean they would give a white person a look, but I don't think we ever said anything. What about you, bro?
See, I'm like I told Slew, because I when I say this, I'm not being insensitive and I'm not desensitized to what the fuck going on. It's just this is what happened to me. And
just be honest with me, dude. That's all I want. I'll be honest with you. I'll give you a fucking story right back. Like
they they talk they shit about quote unquote white people and shit like that. They talk. I've heard people talk bad about y'all because they thought Jesus was white, and then they like he wasn't even white. Like the the Hebrew Israelites and shit.
They really thought like Jesus was white.
No, they were saying like a lot of the black churches, a lot of black people that was Christians would talk bad about white people who thought Jesus was white. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it wasn't really like they weren't doing it how your church was doing it, where like we saying stone all white people and shit. No, it wasn't like that, but it was like it just that was more so of the whole. Let me see how I can say this. I feel like white churches, or predominantly white churches, did that kind of racist shit more because we was just shit.
We was partying.
Yeah,
Mostly,
that's why I said your church didn't have cookouts and shit, so all y'all could do was talk about who
No.
to not like. We was eating and
right.
we was eating on water slides and blow up match. I mean, I said blow up matches, the blow up house things. We
Right.
was on that shit. And then I felt like black church, they don't care enough to even talk about that type of shit. They don't talk about that shit. They just want you to, like, when they make their sermons, you felt like they was talking to you because all they trying to do is, give you some word and send you on your way. They not really trying to instill no, like, after church is over, that's it. You just go the fuck home. Right? Your pastor ain't got no they
Okay.
don't really talk about they don't
So
talk about the slavery, and they don't really talk about that shit at the black church. They just they just want you to feel good so you can go home. They don't really talk about real issues and shit. Right.
Right.
so
They
coming
talk about hold on,
so
They
coming
hold
oh,
on, I'm almost through. They'll talk about, gang violence and shootings and all that shit. Right? But then, what exactly? How many churches are actually putting because they got the money to do it. How many black churches are actually putting shit in place to where they can help in their community? They not, because like I said in the little eight. Go back and watch my video. It's called "The Little Atheist in the Corner." It's a church on every fucking block in the neighborhood. If I did a vlog and I drove y'all around that block, y'all be like, what the fuck are they? Are they like, what are they trying to like? Is a church on? Is one street? Is like three churches, not even 10 minutes away on the same street. Like they
is that
all.
that's what you got brought up in, was something like that setting, that having a church on every corner, or
It's
It's
really like that.
it's really. Listen, I'm gonna do the vlog. Y'all think I'm playing? I'm gonna do the
With the
vlog.
liquor store though. Don't forget the liquor store. The liquor
It's
store is
right.
close.
It's like
It's
this.
literally right
Listen,
there. Like
the
now
school I
see,
went
this is
to.
where I grew up in a fucking dry town. Like, our town decided that they just weren't going to have any fucking drinking in it other than the VFW. The Veterans of Foreign War could get a drink, but that was it.
Hmm,
The
I
gas
wanna.
station shit, they had to have an actual, like, vote on all that shit to fucking get it changed, and it didn't happen until just recently.
I want to tell y'all about because I've been to. Now, I used to go to church with my judo coaches, and they were white, and the churches that we would go to were all white. I was probably like one of the only black dudes in the fucking building, but they treated me like family though. Like they didn't treat me different. They did not. They did not. Not once did they. Not nobody. I didn't feel no eyes. I didn't feel like I was, somewhere I didn't supposed to be. It felt weird at first, but they did their best to make me feel comfortable because everybody was trying to come up and just say hey and speak. And when I would walk around after service and
See, I don't even feel comfortable with that whenever it's white people doing it with me. Like, I don't like that.
but see the thing is
I don't know.
it wasn't bad for me. But this is why I don't care about I don't give a fuck about my personal experience. I know what the fuck going on out here, and you ain't finna, and I'm not finna use what I went through, my little, because I don't really have no religious trauma, no bad. I don't have none of that. Like when y'all be talking about y'all trauma, I just be like, wow, like I did not have to go through. That's why I said I don't want to sound like I'm insensitive. It's just I can only hear you and scream and curse and yell on behalf of you, but I can't
Well,
tell you I know what you went through. All I can say is, I'm pro. That's why I'm protesting this shit because I can't say I know what it's like to be. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? But it would be it's like
Well,
you got a lot of celebrities that come out and they'll be like, like Lil Wayne was like he never experienced racism and all that. That don't fucking matter. This shit
Dave
still
Chappelle's one of them. I get fucking, like, I love his comedy. I love the shit that he fucking does. I loved his whole show.
hmm
But, like, the the whole thing of dude, he was in a very white community to begin with and shit, and he wasn't. He didn't have to worry about money too much. Like, he really didn't. And it's great that he got. It's great that he got the career that he did, but there's so many more people that didn't.
Hey,
And
Skinny, hold on. Skinny, are you about to
yeah,
leave?
Yeah. I'm about to leave. I
Okay.
didn't want to cut you off or nothing
No,
like
you
that,
good.
so I
You
was just
good.
saying in the chat.
God, I hope I didn't strike a nerve with all that.
Oh no. See, the thing, look, here, look, Bar tell you, I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I got, you know what I'm saying? We ain't soft up here. Look,
Yeah.
we cool, bro. You can say anything up here, bro. You good.
I know. I like the fluid movement of all of it.
Yeah.
I hope everybody does.
Nah, bro. Like,
Good.
you good. Trust me.
I mean, it's good to talk and hear people talk about that shit. You know, that shit like taboo. You can't you
I
can't.
get. This is my. I get embarrassed over it, and I know that what I did was wrong, and I get embarrassed. That's
Mm,
all there is to it.
right. But see, we can't. And I want you to hear me when I say this. We appreciate you, but we still have to fight the good fight. We like that. And me personally, when I see white people who are not racist, I'm like, you had to be a tough motherfucker, because I know that most people in your life, if not half, were telling you, look at those black people and all that shit, and you know, don't associate with them. And I watched the video earlier that the guy was telling his, if he said this on camera, and I'm gonna link the video. He said this on camera. He said if his white daughter brought a black boy home, he would disown her. I can only imagine what if that's one white dude, but I'm pretty sure a lot of white people are, raising their kids to be like that. And that's why I said, when I see people like you
There
and my
there are. Um. Okay. Can we segue over to this for a minute? Do you know who David P. Silverman is?
no.
Okay. I believe it's Aaron Raw that's in charge of the Atheist Alliance now, or
Hmm.
the AA. I can't. I hope that's the right. I don't want to misrepresent anybody with all of it, but David P. Silverman. This is just fucking facts to begin with. That he was the head of that organization for a good amount of time, and he is one that has spoken out against the Black Lives Matter movement to begin with,
Hmm.
and he doesn't think that systemic racism is a thing. What would you say to somebody like that? And um, white or otherwise, it doesn't matter to me. Like,
I just when they say systemic racism, like, do they live under a fucking rock? Like, what do they mean? What? That's I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't. And it's like, it's hard. I don't like when people I agree with on religion and shit like that say shit like that. You know, like with the whole Richard Dawkins thing. Because I love me some Richard Dawkins.
that's where I am with it
It's
too,
like,
dude.
God damn it, can y'all just come on? Like, come all the way.
Quit being a fucking boomer and just fucking, yeah, yeah. Just quit hanging on to that little bit of fucking faith that is put itself in your little gears and your workings, and let go of that shit, and let those
Man,
fucking gears keep going, doing what they're supposed to be fucking doing, because it
I
is unnatural on the other side of things to question things to the point of being unquestionable. Like, how the fuck do you go from taking a neutral stance on something to being the person that's in direct opposition of it?
mm,
You somebody made a fucking claim along the way. Like that's all there is to it.
I wanna tell you this, and I don't want you to feel like weird, but like when it comes to this is what I was trying to say earlier. Why I had to start a YouTube channel because I didn't like what the white atheists were saying. You know what I'm saying? They just saying they want to talk about religion like there's an actual fucking debate. Ain't nothing to debate. I want to talk about religion like fuck this religion. Just like racism. That's why I put it in the title. Racism, religion. The same way we don't ain't no debate on racism.
No, but there's
People are not gathering in auditoriums
there's
to debate
also
racism.
no, but there's also this understanding that I came from that point of view, and I know that so much of what you say just won't get through to them.
Yeah.
And it's not that I'm shitting on what you're doing. It's not that I'm shitting on what, any of that. There's something deeper there. And it's a brainwashing of things.
That's what I knew you was, yeah. That's what I was waiting on.
It's mental illness. It's things
Yeah.
that are generation after generation of people have attributed to, and they don't know that they have.
Right.
And even my
this is why I always ask people. This when it comes to the whole brainwashing, mental illness thing. This is why I always ask people, how do you feel about racism? When it listen, and this is my whole thing. This is why I'm so hard on it. This is when we talk about racism, nobody cares. Everybody protesting this shit, unless they racist, of course. Everybody's hard. Nobody bring. It's only when it comes to because racism is a belief. They believe something. It's a belief system, and it was taught generation through generation through generation, and brainwashing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's there. We don't care. We don't care though.
Well,
But when it comes to religion, hold on. But when it comes to religion, we pull this card. Oh, they was brainwashed, and they might have been. I'm not saying they haven't been, but this is why I always bring up racism because we don't pull this card when it comes to racism. We do not talk about they have been brainwashed and they have been abused as a child. Nobody cares about that when it comes to racism.
I blame it on faith. Peter Boghossian isn't a fucking perfect person, but he came out with a book that's called The Manual to Creating Atheists, I believe. And most people that are already atheists would say that that's the Bible. Yeah, great, but it's about street epistemology that's based in Socratic method. And you've been asking about how do we get through to these people? Oh, you got your train going now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just
no, I got one here too, man. It's like if it was a few hours later, we would probably be hearing it right now.
It's like like it's literally right here.
Yeah,
like we could jump a fucking
man.
We right here touching it.
Oh yeah, I know. It ain't that far away here too. But god damn it, that like brings me back to fucking I Love Lucy days and seeing those fucking shit. But oh man, what? Okay. Oh, that's gonna be a separate thing. Sorry, it got me off track.
The train. What were you on? Man, you reminiscing about the old days and shit.
It did. It took me back for a minute.
But like, so can you tell me? Can you please tell me if I'm wrong? I really want to know if I'm wrong about my opinion on religion when it comes to the whole brainwash and shit. Like we can say that racists have been brainwashed, right? They teach them this shit at an early age, right? And listen, this the truth. This what I want. This what I'm trying to show you. Like, and please, I want to know if I'm wrong, y'all. Y'all got to help me because this is something I just started working on. But I've been saying it, and it's like a faith thing. Like I believe this shit on faith, but it's like when it comes to racism, we get in the street and we protest their beliefs, regardless of if they was indoctrinated or not. Nobody cares when we in the street. No, when we riding, nobody cares. Right? What if the police that did those things, all the unarmed black men, what if all these people were indoctrinated? Look how we treated them. They did something bad, but that was that was their belief. Why we didn't respect their belief? We got in the street and rioted and protested their belief system. Nobody gave a fuck about them being brainwashed and indoctrinated, and it was taught it to them as a kid. Nobody cared about that. But when it comes to religion, here it comes. Oh, they was brainwashed. I'm like,
I think that's where we gotta start teaching people logical fallacies and shit like that more. More
Yep.
like yeah, somebody brought up that was where I was going with it, was street epistemology and Socratic method and all of that. That these things are based out of philosophy. That's been around forever, but we take and we've muddled this thing that's called philosophy into something that it isn't. There's a lot of woo bullshit involved with philosophy that shouldn't be. And the same goes with scientific method as well. Like if you went by the actual structure of Socratic method and scientific method, Socratic method will damn near bring you back around to scientific method eventually, depending on if you let faith interfere or not. That's about the only thing I can think of that would fuck that up. And yeah, and that's from somebody that didn't think that evolution was a thing, even, or thought that the Earth was 6,000 years old.
The flat Earth, the young Earth, flat Earth creationist motherfuckers.
Young Earth, not flat Earth, but yes, and
but
also
that's separate.
We didn't think that. Yeah, it's definitely separate. And well, I mean, flat Earth was never a fucking thing. That is just so. That's the biggest fucking yeah, that isn't a thing. Like even when Christopher Columbus was fucking which his name wasn't Christopher Columbus, it was Cristobal Columbia or some shit. He was fucking Spanish, and he was going around. He didn't discover America. He landed in fucking Cuba or Puerto Rico or some fucking place. Like he never even landed over here, dude. So much shit is just it's so fucking stupid. There's a statue of him in Puerto Rico. He's Puerto Rican. He landed in Puerto Rico. He was from Spain. We knew there was certain things that we got from him that ended up leading to America. He was not the fucking founder of America. There's so much shit that's flawed with our history to begin with.
I want to ask you this question that Denver asked. It says at what point do you stop forgiveness of indoctrination? Like at what point do you not like? I think this is my question. Cause I'm gonna tell you the truth. I know my answer sounds fucked up because there's a lot of people that's indoctrinated, but I don't care. Like fuck these religions, fuck these gods. This shit is
you never stop questioning your indoctrination.
No, it's saying okay. Maybe this is my question for you. Like, okay, if you know that people are being indoctrinated, like if you know people are indoctrinated and shit like that. How do you
He-
feel when they like when bad shit happens because of religion? And but you know that these people they're brainwashed and indoctrinated. How do you feel? Like, is that a card that you're willing to let them play?
It's not about.
Like, if they
It's
go
not.
around murdering, if they go,
Man,
if they,
it's not about letting. You don't understand then. It's not about letting these people play these cards or whatever. It's
mm-hmm,
that these people are already caught up in this thing that they can't get out of and they don't know that they're even in it to begin with.
mm,
It's a cult. It's a cult. I didn't know I was in it. Like
mm,
to come out of it, it's I'm lucky. I'm
uh,
lucky. My brother's lucky.
mm-hmm,
I can't I can't say that we aren't, and especially for our fucking area and how there are things. This is what fucking contradicts this thing of the free will to begin with, that you can be born in an area that is in an inner city or whatever, and we're a rural area like we were, and have choices taken away from you at birth. Um, whether that's governmental, whether that's things of that it's just feudalism with the idea of you've got some freedom in here if you keep trying and pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, with bootstrap fucking philosophy is a fallacy in itself. But and that is what I think keeps a lot of the southern area
mm.
into that idea, that ideology.
So
Um,
would you agree? Would you agree that it's the same for racists? They don't know that they don't know that it's wrong
I would
because
say for the majority of them, but I wouldn't count out the
so what if someone was raised up to believe that they are better because of their skin color and that they should go and harm others because of their skin color? What would you like? Do we what do we do? At what point is indoctrination just we just gotta like I don't know. I just that's why I'm saying when it comes to this, I'm okay with being wrong on this one. I say that. I'm okay with being wrong. I just need people to like
you
I
aren't
need to
wrong.
hear I just don't get it. I don't get it. I understand it's hard to come out of religion, but you're not racist or religious though, and you were exposed to both at an early age. You supposed to be a
All
racist.
right, all right, all right.
You see what I'm
Um,
saying? You supposed to be, and you grew the area you grew up in. From what you told us, you supposed to be a racist, religious, psychopath person thing. You
yeah,
supposed to be, but you escaped. So it's like, how do we? But the people, okay, this is what I'm trying to say. The people who are not escaping are causing harm to others. So, like, what do we do?
we have to start grassroots movements. That's all that I know to do.
But you told me your brother. You said your brother made fun of it, or you said you made a joke, and your brother was like it wasn't funny,
Yeah,
and that kind of woke you up a little bit, right?
yeah.
So
We got
was
to
that
call people out. Yeah,
right? Right. Which is what which is what. But how do we call? What I'm saying, man. I'm just
I
hard on this shit. I
man,
don't know.
I've been in a construction trade for 13 years where I've been calling people out, and I don't know.
But it's like this for everything. Like badass, like when a badass kid doing bad shit, most people give him a whooping. I personally don't plan on whooping the kids or whatever, but I'm saying most people when they badass kids who don't know any better do something wrong, they get a fucking whooping. The kid don't know what the fuck going on. They just doing bad shit. They don't know, and they get punished for that, even
Yeah,
though they
and
don't know.
okay, yeah, and that causes its own fucking mental health issues in
Right.
itself.
Hmm.
And that's what I'm trying to stop.
But it's like even after we explain to them that their beliefs have caused harm, and they can, you can read about it. How many?
Okay. Yeah, beliefs. Okay.
Mhm.
We got more than that. We got more than just beliefs. There is methodology to what the fuck we believe in.
Mm.
There's things that well, for one, you have to constitute by the laws of nature, which is why I don't rule out people like Bobby C that we had on. Me and you got to talk to him. I was
Uh-huh.
surprised a bit by that, even that
Mm.
we we all have our own thing. Me and you probably get along get along together. God damn, I had a Rick and Morty experience there. But we get along together a little bit more on the atheist aspect of things than what
Yeah.
Bobby probably does.
Mhm.
But regardless, we're still fighting for the same things at the end of the day. And I don't think that Bobby's any more against the things that we're, fighting for.
Okay. So, but are we okay? This is what I'm saying. If one side of atheism wants to respect beliefs and the other side don't, are we fighting for the same cause? Half of us is.
You mean like David P. Silverman that's clearly against the fucking whole idea of systemic racism being a thing to begin with? Yeah,
Mm.
fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him from the highest fucking mountain. Fuck him. Yeah.
But hold on
Yeah.
now. Now hold on. Now listen to what you just said about him. Does he know what he's saying and doing is fucked up?
I sure as fuck hope he does now. Like, he can fuck off. Like,
But it's like
I
it's a
he has
slippery
been in
slope for me.
debates about it. Yes, he fucking knows. He's just too fucking stubborn about his own ego to be able to fucking get it. Like, yeah. Yeah. If you actually examine your shit long enough, yeah, it doesn't sign up to the same fucking scientific methodology that you subscribe to or you say that you do.
Mm.
You're putting in little fucking caveats. You're whatever. Eh, Fuck off. I can tell you that motherfucker has never grown up in
Mhm.
the atmosphere I have. I haven't grown up rich, but I haven't at any degree have I grown up rich. But I won't say that I've had, systemic racism fucking placed on me either.
Mm.
And for that asshole to fucking portray what he does, it pisses me the fuck off. Like, yeah, he can go fuck himself. I don't give a fuck what color he is. He can go fuck himself. And I don't give a fuck what uh what religion or lack of religion he portrays. Yeah, go fuck off. You're a dickhead.
I'm just, man, I don't know. It's just I can't. I don't see, like, I'm just being I'm talking with such uh like when I'm on a live stream, I'm a little bit more respectful because I'm talking to actual people. But on
Fuck,
my
are we not
videos,
live right now?
I'm saying on my videos, I don't have I show I try to show my utmost disrespect towards religion. Every video. I try to
Yeah.
talk. I literally like, and that's how I really feel. This is a facade right here. This is just me being nice. That is the real me
Oh,
on the
really?
video. Yes. the guy on those videos, that's me. That's how I really feel. I just want to curse and say fuck all this shit.
Man,
Can we?
I'm kind of the opposite. That's where I feel like my safest at is that I can edit this shit out and not try to portray myself as something that I'm not,
Yeah.
because I'm very I am personally I'm very I don't know. This is
Okay, but I want this. This what I want. This is what I really wish. I know this is not gonna ever happen, but I really wish people would look when somebody says they're a Christian or they're or whatever. I wish we would look at that like they just said they're racist. That's how I look at it. If you walk up to me and you say you're Christian, I'm just gonna shake my head. I'm like, for you don't know what you don't understand. I get it. I get it that they don't understand. But that's why I got it in the title. I look at religion how I look at racism. We do not give racism a pass. I can't give religion a pass. Even my grandmama, my mama, whoever
man,
is religious, I just can't get them a pass. I
and
gotta
the
like,
only thing is just understanding that there's the psychology aspect of it. If you look into it,
yeah.
it
But I
looks
know I could be wrong though. It's just this is
no, and I do too. I know that I could be too, and it's but if like I said, you watch Theremin Trees, you know some of that.
yeah.
To
But it's
whatever.
like, I don't know. I understand. Like, hold up. I'm finna say, all right, yes, ma'am. You about to roll out?
I mean,
All right.
I don't know, man. Did your mom
My family isn't there. My family is not big on religion. They Christians, but they like
maybe that's the
if
thing, dude. Like maybe, and I have friends that around my area that I've had that weren't real religious, but they were like they ended up atheists before I ever did.
okay, would you be friends with a? I get see somebody. I want to say this because somebody commented it earlier. I think it was Randy. Randy said that people understand that racism is a problem, but they don't see that religion is a problem. So like this how I feel. Me myself. This is I man. I know it's gonna sound bad, but I cannot be friends with a racist because of what has happened in the name of racism. And on the same line as that, I just cannot bring myself to be
Okay, and this is the same lines of things that I had to run into with narcissism, and that's the thing of the racist doesn't realize they're a racist, and the narcissism doesn't realize they're a
yeah.
narcissist. So, what options do you have at that point? And the options are that you can either block them completely out of your lives, or you can apply the gray stone method or gray rock method, I believe,
Mm,
and it basically is taking all of the attention away from their own, you know,
mm,
little major, how do I want to put that, like uh, little talking points that they have.
but it's
You
like you
don't
said,
give into that.
it's like maybe I'm trying to compare. Like, is religion and racism similar to you in your opinion?
Yeah.
Is it
um
okay? But like,
well, and this is the thing. David P. Silverman says that racism isn't a thing because it's classism. And that is where I understand what the fuck he's saying, but I think it's wrong. That they are two separate issues, but they play closely together with each other. The fact
mm,
that we've had people here in this country work for free, you know, as ownership,
mm.
that is fucking inexcusable. And
But
it
the
is
mass,
ridiculous to think that there isn't after effects from that shit.
Right.
And for him to fucking refuse that just fucking pisses me off to the like I
But what
hate
about
it.
all the what about all of the mass murders and all the genocide and rape and torture in the name of religion? Like a
Well,
lot
I
of people,
definitely agree that
right? But it's like, is that not inexcusable too?
yeah.
Okay, so how do we? But I so okay, would you be friends with a racist, like someone that said they hate black people, they feel like they should go out and kill them all? Could you be friends
No,
with that guy?
no, I couldn't be.
Right now, right there. Now, my thing is, I look at now. I want you to feel me when I say this. I look at religion the same way. Everything that has happened in the name of
And
racism has
this is
happened in the name of religion. All the
well,
killing
and
and
this is what fucks with me is that I know I was that person,
yeah,
and you know what I mean? Like
yeah, I
I
feel you, man.
I don't know.
But how? I don't know if this question gonna sound like. How do you not be racist? How do you not like like? Is
You
that? I
gotta
mean,
you gotta question things. I didn't question things. I used faith to block the questioning.
mm,
And I mean, the stupid shit of the racist jokes and stupid shit like that. Yeah, yeah, that helped to cover things up. But yeah, you faith, faith fuck things up. That is where I would say that's the single fucking thing that you could focus on in any religion, anywhere across the world that's fucking things up for people is faith. This idea that you can just keep your mental masturbation up and that's going to somehow get you to your glory land or whatever the fuck.
mm.
Like that isn't yeah, that isn't getting you anywhere. That's just keeping you in the same spot. You can
I,
stay in the same spot with faith. You can't do that with skepticism.
I just man, I don't know. I feel like if I was to hear an actual person who knows more about this talk, I would feel more. I would feel even worse. But like, I don't want to be friends with people who are religious. I don't have a lot of friends that are religious, and I just don't. I don't even like to associate with them like that. I would
I've got
talk to them. I would talk to them, and I'll be respectful to them. But if they brought like if I was talking to a Christian and we was talking about football, cool. But if they bring up religion, I'm gonna talk about it as if it's slavery, as if it's racism, as if
and
it's
well,
an
yeah.
injustice.
And man, I almost look at I don't know. Have you seen Clockwork Orange and all that shit? The movie, it's like
No,
70s, I think.
I'm listening.
Um, but it's this thing of like trying to brainwash people into a certain way of thinking and it just not working out right.
Mm.
Um, to where society already does its own brainwashing and you've got to I guess do your own little part in that. And I think you are. So, you know, um
But
I
like,
I hope I am in some way.
it's just man, like I cannot listen to me. When I watch movies like The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, I cry. When I watched the new Black Panther movie, I cried. When I watch movies about slavery, I cry. When I
When I
watch
talk to
when I
you right now, man, it kills me not to fucking cry.
like I real deal like this stuff, like I really look at other people and be like, bro, people have suffered. This shit it hurts. It just like you could feel the pain. Like damn, people owning other people as property, people hating people off of the color of their skin, and it's like religion played a part in that.
Yeah.
Whether they was indoctrinated and I'm at this point where, man, and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let you talk, but like telling me you religious is like telling me you racist and you selfish and you arrogant and you self. That's how I feel when you tell me that. I'm like,
And man, that's how I feel too. It's almost the point of like I feel like that's my old self,
mm,
and like I've got to beat that fucking self down. I mean, that gets to me so much that
like people. I mean, you even spoke about it earlier about the trauma and the
yeah,
pain. Like religion causes trauma. That's damage. That's pain and suffering.
yeah.
In my eyes, that's just like saying,
It causes fucking PTSD.
right.
And we
That's
don't
just
recognize PTSD complex as a fucking thing, other than if you just went over to war and and we don't even take that fucking seriously. Like it's just the most ridiculous fucking thing in this fucking country.
yeah, man. People, man. I just I don't know. Religion is it's hard to, but so many people hold this dear and near to their heart, and it's like this is probably one of the most. I would argue this is worse than this is worse than racism because at least with racism, they telling you hate somebody because they don't look like you. Cool, but that's not even a lot of people. Like if you black and you dark skinned and somebody telling you to hate people that don't look like you, that's like only light skinned people, white people, and light skinned people. But if you're religious, your book telling you to hate everybody that don't believe your book. That's way more people because we got different religions, different denominations, different. That's
Yeah, yeah, you've labeled
you
everybody as
see,
heathen that's
but see
outside of
at
you. It's
at
tribalism. Yeah.
at least with racism, they just telling you to hate people, other races. Religion to have you killing your own. If black people if black people did what the Bible said, they'd be killing black people too, and white, and Mexican, and every they will be killing all kinds of races and people. But that's
Well,
why
yeah, even the people that were
like
wearing
okay, more
different
people.
types of fabric, but yeah.
If everybody that was Christian followed the Bible, more people would die than
Yeah, definitely.
racism couldn't kill that many people. Religion, if everybody followed the book, religion could kill way more people.
Man, I am gonna have to take a bathroom break for
Okay,
just a second.
okay.
Um,
I'm gonna talk to the
God
chat.
damn it, Doomver, get the fuck in here.
I'm gonna
All
talk
right,
to the
I'll be
chat.
right back.
Okay. I want y'all to tell me if I'm wrong now. I think religion is worse. Right. You can, man, that's what I'm saying. I know I'm talking to a white person right now, but religion is worse than racism. It gotta be. In my eyes, you can kill way more people in the Bible than you could. Racism, you can't. Come on, what is racism compared to religion? Because your religion, at least with racism, you know what you're doing fucked up. Religion that had you killing motherfuckers and thinking you deserve a great place for it. They can spend the Bible to say, yeah, God's ways are higher than ours. Exactly. Exactly, y'all. Yep. I want to read some of these comments. It's been fun. Mm, 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 mm. Oh man. Wait a second. Well, exactly, Black Star. That's what I'm saying. I mean, when you, like I said, when you tell me you're religious, I'm like, okay, you hate people. That's how I look at it. I mean, I know you got some, I know you got some good Christians, but you got some good people. Well, you got some good racist people too, though. Some people who treat their family, they treat their family right, and they don't bother nobody, but they just hate black people. You have that, and you have religious people who treat their family right, and they follow their God, and they keep, you know, they keep to themselves. But that ain't that. That's the minority, though. More like a lot of atheists. Most atheists can tell you a traumatic story about when they was religious. That is bad. That's bad. That means that religion causes harm. Is, in my opinion, is doing more harm than good. I mean, you can say that they built the hospital, yes, but what about all the people who not sending their kids to the hospital because they believe, the faith healers and God can heal their kids and shit. So it's like, or what about all of these people? Like, religion didn't just come over here on its own. The book didn't just fall out the sky. No, they had to fucking beat this shit into motherfuckers. This shit was, it was believe or die back then. It wasn't no motherfucking choices. Like, religion didn't just. Oz, you can email me. This is my email address. Let me get it. Gmail.com. Oh, right.
They
Exactly, Denver.
break your legs and build you a hospital.
Exactly. Like, come on, man. We need to make it normal to criticize this shit.
That's like the fucking senator in goddamn West Virginia that went and blocked the fucking bill for the stimulus package and then
What
acted
is
like the hero after he fucking stepped out of the way. Like, you stepped
what
out of
is
the way after you took $100 out of a week out of the fucking people that were on unemployment in your state. That's the poorest fucking state in the country, or one of the poorest. Like, yeah, you didn't do much. You voted with Trump for like 50% of the fucking time, Joe Manchin. Like, go fuck yourself.
man, respecting religion is gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot.
Yeah.
We gonna fuck around and be back in the Stone Age and
Man,
respecting this
that
shit.
is what it amounts to right next door to us. Is like we rely on our neighboring states for work and things like that for like Jesus Christ, even just fucking medical shit and things.
Mm.
Like we're close enough to the border to where our neighboring closest biggest city and all of that shit that would have hospitals and things and all of that is in fucking West Virginia. So it's like we rely on them to be somewhat up on their shit because we're on the borderlines and stuff. And it's like they got people in there like fucking Joe Manchin that want to block bills that all of the rest of the fucking Democrats that had all they needed was majority of 51 fucking people over the rest to agree on one thing, and Joe Manchin decided to be the one out of the 51 to stand in the fucking way and then say that, oh well, this is ridiculous, we don't need $400 a week or whatever for unemployment, we need 300 or 200 or whatever the fuck. Like, fuck off, Joe Manchin. You have been voting with Trump and his party 50% of the time, or close to 50% of the time, the whole time you've been in the fucking Senate. So yeah, that is just fucking facts. You can look that up, and it will not be it will not be less than 40% of the time while Trump was in office and had Republican parties involved with him, he voted right along with them. Like, this was what surprised me most, and what a lot of liberals got pissed off about, or like Bernie supporters got pissed off about that I didn't, was that Kamala Harris was the vice president choice. And I think that it's ridiculous of people to say that Ocasio, like that AOC, that she should have been in over Kamala Harris, when Kamala Harris had a better fucking percentage of voting against Trump than what AOC did, even though they were in separate, AOC was in she's in the House, and Kamala was in the Senate, I believe, or maybe vice versa. But it was, I do believe I'm right on the first part of it though, and because I tried to stay up on this shit, I was in the union and shit, and I levied for bills. I fucking went in and like I went to the state capitol, West Virginia, and stuck up for these motherfucking teachers that fucking were protesting because they weren't getting enough money. Like I'd been in there. I'd been an active part of this shit. So yeah, to see this shit and see to see Joe Manchin vote Republican all the way down the fucking line, and then see people like Jim Justice and Ryan Ferns and all of these people that got voted in as Democrat and then turned parties as soon as they got elected. I haven't seen any other states doing this shit. Like, Ohio's a fucking red state, but our Democrats are Democrats at the end of the fucking day. Like, the people we have in office, I just forgot his fucking name. But we've had a few during the pandemic that have actually fought for workers' rights and shit. And they've been Democrats. They have not been Republicans in this fucking state. And West Virginia has just muddled this shit around to where they're Democrats or even Republicans. And they need a good grassroots movement to fucking get shit back on track, I think.
Randy says Kamala was a senator.
Yes.
You hear me?
Yeah, and she had as far as voting along with conservatives and Trump during her during her tenure as senator, she had better ratings than what AOC did as in the House, but they had different bills, and you know what I mean. I can't. And it's like AOC was at less than 15%. I can't even say for sure, but less than 15%. And Kamala Harris was 10, 12%, 11% maybe, if that, in the Senate. She was one of the lower fucking people, like, for all of the shit that she got over being on board with cops and stuff. Her standings in the Senate, it is all very progressive, like more progressive than most of the Senate. Like, Manchin was the one on the opposite end of things that was the one that voted more close to 50% of the time with Republicans. He's up there. Kamala Harris was the exact opposite end. That's kind. What the fuck's the name of that site? 338 or 358 or some shit. I'm on full screen. I don't want to fuck around with it, but yeah, yeah, they that website that I was trying to loosely mention, they bring up statistics from several other statistics as well and give the average of it, the pollster kind of thing, but they get a bad name too, I think. um yeah, I Kamala Harris wasn't the fucking worst pick. Like, she was progressive for a vice president
hmm
as far as that goes, and I think she got a bad rap from the beginning, with all of that. I think Biden is he is uh, he is the most uh, mayonnaise fucking president you're going to get, but at the same time he is not he, he's not going to do the amount of damage fucking Trump did.
No.
um which isn't a great bar to be setting. I will fucking give you that
Yeah.
all fucking day. Right.
What's do you know what denomination Trump was? Like what denomination of Christianity?
I can tell you who fucking voted for him, and that was the same denomination that I was in.
What's that?
Uh, well, I guess it depends on how you want to break it down. Like, Independent Baptist was what the church that I went to,
Mm,
but most of the little fucking churches like that are cults around this fucking country too, and they aren't
mm.
all Baptists either. It's more of a Christian dominionism type of thinking.
I
Our
am, huh?
our pastor, the most recent pastor, which we had in our church, we got a pastor every lifetime, you
Mm.
know. So yeah, he was very for Trump even before Trump started running. So I wasn't surprised by Trump getting nominated, and then I
Do you
wasn't
think
surprised.
I'm gonna see if I'm gonna see if I can bring this home? Do you think like the Trump shit? Damn train, hold on.
It's all right.
I'm saying, do you think like, god damn? Denver says Donald Trump's atheist. Is he? No, he's not.
I think he is.
Probably he just probably.
I mean, you don't have you got humanists, and then you got fucking absolute fucking dickheads on the other end of things. Like,
Okay,
there's
so
no in between.
what about do you think Trump supporters are brainwashed?
Definitely.
Do you think they were indoctrinated? Like, how did they get to this point to where they
I already went over it, dude. I think that the narcissistic God lines up exactly
mm,
with the narcissistic Trump that they fucking voted for.
mm-hmm,
Like, it wasn't that different. It wasn't that hard for them to fucking lean over that point. Like, it wasn't. And like the little towns that me and my brother grew up in, it these little cults in Christianity, they played right into that white supremacy role, and we never knew it. We never fucking knew it. It's one of those things, you just keep people dumbed down enough and keep them relying on faith instead of logic and reason, then that's what you end up with. And it's a fucking shit thing. and you get frustrated after you get on the outside and you're looking in. I get frustrated, so fucking frustrated at these fucking people around
Cause
me.
you know what it's like to be on that side.
I do.
Well, it's a good thing you not on it. I really do commend you and your brother. Cause like when y'all was telling me, I'm like, I just kept thinking like, how are they not racist bigots? You see what I'm saying? Like y'all, did y'all have anyone that was like when you were in the church? Did you have anyone in your life that was like telling you things that go against the church?
Our grandparents, our grandfather was a union coal miner for all
Was
of
he
his
a
life.
Christian?
Um, his family was.
Mm.
To actually pin him down on it, I never did. And my brother, 10 years older than me, I don't think he ever did either. And he that was something that the last time we were on, we had a little disagreement on, but I never actually got him pinned down on that one.
Mm.
And I'm
I
okay with it.
I was asking because like there was when I was religious, there wasn't anyone telling me ideas that went against the religion. I didn't know what atheism was until like a couple months after I was an atheist. I didn't even know what it was. So it's like, how did I escape? I don't even
See,
I don't even know how I was able to. mm, I don't even know. I think it was because my family wasn't so heavy on the religion. I was able to easily just put it down, and it wasn't just hard for me to drop my faith, right? Because nobody can make you drop your faith. You got to drop that shit. So it's like, I feel like because I wasn't, because I mean, I was a Christian and I was indoctrinated, but it wasn't just heavy. You know, I didn't go to church every fucking Sunday and all that shit. It was just I was claiming to be a Christian.
I
You
went
know,
twice. I went twice on Sunday and once on Wednesday.
God
And
damn.
then I went on the holidays and all that shit too in between.
No, I didn't go that much. When I was going heavy, I was I used to go. We used to go
I
every day
tell you
after.
this, man.
Hmm.
I used to do the website, the actual website of our church.
I used to
I,
star in the
I
plays. Like
yeah.
when they used to put on like plays for the church, I used to be like the main actor.
They'd have me cut out shit to where he would say something that was very uh, off the cuff, I guess, or
Mm.
whatever the fuck you'd want to say.
Randy says I realized I was a non-believer when I was 12. He said I didn't know the word atheist until I met my first non-believer at 18. You went 6 years of being an atheist without knowing what it was called.
Dude,
I,
I thought I was a deist for a bit.
mm,
And it was like, man, it wasn't until I listened to Atheist Experience and shit after
mm,
the first podcast I listened to was Secular Sexuality with Dr. Darrell Ray, and he had awesome books and shit that goes over a lot of different topics. Um uh, Involving psychology and religion and all of that shit and sexuality.
mm.
But yeah, as far as like, you know, realizing when I was an atheist, like I thought I was still a deist, and then I started watching AXP, Atheist Experience,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like Tracy Harris, I think, that started. I blame her.
I love
Fuck
Tracy.
her.
Tracy,
Fuck
I
her. She fucked my whole world up. And
yeah, I
no,
love some Tracy, man.
yeah, Tracy Harris, and it was who was the other one that was on there with her all the fucking time? I can't believe it. I'm drawing up a blank. But she was one of them, and it might have been her that she was
Mhm.
bringing up the whole idea of how deism was just kind of didn't make sense at all, really. And Jen Peoples,
Jen, people, yeah, I
that's
like
it.
Jen.
Peoples, yeah, and yeah, that was the two that was on right then, and yeah, that was the thing. I I I just happened to tune in. It was right at the same fucking time, like while I was coming out of religion and shit. And I'd already started listening to Dr. Daryl Ray that was talking about secular sexuality and stuff on the podcast I tuned into with him. And then yeah, Jen Peoples and yeah, they would go, and Tracy Harris, they would go into the episode I watched was on deism. And she's like, well, okay, you got this thing that put this God that put everything into place. He just stepped out of the way. Okay. Right? That's what you're
Mm.
saying. And that's where I was at. It's like, okay, he just fucking put the big bang into fucking place and he just fucking stepped out of the way. That was good enough for me. I can still fucking hold on to my little bit of faith. I can still be good that there's a God there, and I can still, feel okay about myself. And it's like, yeah, but okay. Um, what's the difference between that and no God at all?
Right. I always thought,
How do you distinguish that? How do you say that,
I
all these
always,
things, the watchmaker's fallacy that's been
mm,
played out over and over again.
so played
And
out. Who comes up with this stuff? Like, do they?
no, but Tracy and Jen had perfect fucking responses to those things at that time, and it just fucking set things into like, oh, yeah, I can still be an atheist and still be agnostic about it at the same time.
I would rather be
I
a
don't know.
theist than a deist. I feel like deism is boring. Like, what do you
Oh,
have? I believe a God created everything, and then that's it.
oh, I don't know. That's kind of where it gets into
Y'all, like,
spiritualism and shit.
what do y'all pray to?
Yeah, they
What
pray
do?
to. They think that some of them think that all gods are the same God and that they're all praying to the same God, and that the books are just bullshit brought up by fucking humans, and that yeah, whatever. Whenever you get outside of science, then that's outside of what we've studied. So how the fuck
Mm,
do you even base that off of anything that has any structure to it? Because you have no structure to begin with. Like, it's how? You don't have anything to go off of at that point. You may as well be making shit up about the fucking giant porcupine in the sky that has no um I like Monty Python shit, So yeah, you get into that shit, it's like, how do you disprove a thing that's just ridiculous to begin with? I could tell you that I have a Porsche, a Porsche, whatever, however you want to pronounce it. Okay, I got one. say I had the fancy pronouncing on it. I've got one out here, and I've got the keys right here, and you've seen the keys, and I even gave you an owner's manual to it.
Mm.
I own this. Now you know that,
That Porsches exist.
yeah. But you also know that I don't come from a position that would have that kind of money to have a Porsche to begin with.
Mm. So it's like, um, but like, how this is a question for another stream, but I want to ask it since you brought it up. Like, how would they like? How would you? I mean, what evidence would you accept? Like, what would it take to convince you that a God exists 100% in your heart and in
That
your mind?
all-knowing God should already know that. Should already have that answer.
That's my answer. That's the same thing I was gonna say. I just want to see what you're gonna say. What you gonna say? He gotta come down and clap his hands and shit.
I robbed the Porsche dealership.
But like, what if? Okay, what like when the
I don't.
when the super.
Oh man, dude, I don't know. Like, how do you go from there? Like, how do you even go from that fucking aspect of things? Like, where,
Okay,
okay,
but like, if something unexplainable happens to you, what are you gonna like? What you gonna do? Or what are you gonna like? If let me see. Like,
I don't-
what if you experienced something that was? It almost felt like it was a god. Like some touched your spirit, or if you believe
okay,
you have a spirit, like what?
all right. So, what if I took and I put I put a quarter into a gumball machine when I was a kid, and I willed that motherfucker to be a fucking blue gumball
Oh
whenever
my
it came
god!
out. No matter what, I knew that motherfucker was going to be a blue gumball. Okay, right? I put that fucking 25 cents in there. I put that quarter in. It turned out a fucking blue gumball. What am I going to think after that? You
What
know,
did you?
like,
What did you think?
right? Yeah,
Did
yeah. That's even if I didn't end up with a blue gumball, would I still think that
I
I
had an
had?
experience. I had an experience that I really thought it was a god, man. I'm telling you, like you could. I'm telling you.
I had a lot of experiences like that, and it's the same with the gumball, dude. Like I
Like
thought I could like will things to be different than what they are. I don't know.
I really, I really can understand. I can understand. No, no, no. Yeah, I can see why people use personal experience because some shit can happen, man. But it's
Yeah,
like, but you just gotta be. You just cannot.
it's anecdotal evidence at the
Mm-hmm.
end of the day, and it's
Yep.
shit that wouldn't fucking even be accepted by courts. And then what are we considering morals at that point? If to me, real morals are based in I don't know
I can't. If we
where your fist ends and somebody else's fucking face begins. How you
mm,
can't. That was what I used to think, but it really isn't even that. Like it's you can't go. I don't know. What
that's
would
a
you say?
no. I can't answer that because that's if
I'm
we talk about
curious.
it. If we talk about it now, we're not gonna have nothing to talk about tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be like, where do you get your morality from? So I can't talk about it now. We might have to just end it because if we keep going,
That'd be good.
we gonna go
All right.
into.
Hey. Can we do this? Can I do blue collar atheism?
Blue collar atheism?
Yeah. Is there such a thing? Because all of the atheists or all of the theists in like religious debates groups and shit that I've gotten into, they try to make this claim that atheists are rich because the statistics say that atheists are rich. And it's the white collar atheists that they're looking at, I believe. And the fact that I don't know, certain things
mean,
where people haven't been able to come out as atheists throughout the years have attributed to the numbers as well.
Blue collar. I never even thought of that. Wow. But okay, so do you think that blue collar is that a thing for you?
I think that religion plays a role in I think it plays a role in I definitely do. But I think it's bigger than just religion. I think religion and politics have gotten so intertwined together, and that capitalism plays a big part along with Christianity, to where they can be partners pretty well together and get things accomplished that way.
Well, I'm gonna look into that. I never even thought of that. I just always felt like if you didn't believe in, like, damn, they're gonna split us up into the denominations next.
Now, this is something else, and before we get off of here, I know you probably want to wrap things up a
I'm
little
listening.
bit,
I'm listening.
but like, okay, this is something I get from the white people around my area
Mm,
and from other people that have been within my brother's era and mine as well, 10 years apart, a decade, to where they try to portray the 90s as this great thing. Somebody asked what branch, and I don't know what that was pertaining to. Sorry.
I was talking to he was talking to Denver. I think he was talking to your brother. I'm listening. You
Oh,
said they talk about the '90s like it's a good thing.
yeah. They keep trying to act like the 90s was the greatest time to be able to do things because people didn't get offended and people didn't get, whatever. There weren't safe spaces back then and all of this bullshit. And it's like that seems to be about the time that there was the fucking riots going on. Wasn't I mean the Bloods and the Crips and the cops and all that shit out in California right at that fucking time? Like, I don't understand how there's this good old days philosophy
Yeah,
so
I done
much.
heard that shit.
Yeah. But that's what happens in our area, and that's what yeah. They seem to think that the 90s was just this thing of oh, well, there was this popular soda drink of Surge or Josta or whatever the
Mm.
fuck at the time, and very candy coated, almost literally candy coated fucking thinking of that type of that era. And even throughout history, it's kind of been done that way too. That Reagan, even with the conservatives and shit's been done the same way. And I think all that's very interesting and it's very cultish and
Hmm.
it's not based on any real good evidence. It's just based on faith.
Yeah, we back to faith. It's like every time we
Yeah.
talk, every conversation, it take off and it come right back to the same shit
Right?
every time. Like, God damn it. Do they have anything else?
I don't think so. That's the
Like,
thing, dude. Like
nothing?
everything I've dismissed has been under faith, basically. Like
God
there
damn.
hasn't been anything that I've come to that's like, oh, that was on faith, and damn, yeah, I still want to stick to that. Not a thing. Not a
Yo,
fucking thing.
I think I got you.
Oh, cool.
I just heard faith.
Uh,
I heard faith. I had no idea where it came from. I just heard faith.
Yeah, I said there isn't a thing that I have stayed true on and said that faith was the reason because of it.
yeah.
That's pretty well sums it up.
Most of the thing, like everything that you believed on faith is gone now.
Yeah. I can't think of a single fucking thing that I've said, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh fuck,
Yeah.
I was just so stupid. I should have just faith. That was the answer. Like
Yeah, I got to hang out with Jason Foe, but he has a YouTube channel and podcast. It's called Dragons and Genesis. He's a mythicist, which I recently became part of that club. And him and I were talking about that word faith the other day, and I told him, I said, that the most recent analogy that I've had pop up is would you and God, I hope you don't answer this the other way, but would any of us just meet somebody and say, you know what, I have no idea who the fuck you are. I have no idea who the fuck you are. And I don't know where you've been, what you've done, and what people you've been with or done. Doesn't matter. But on faith, I'm going to marry you or commit to a long-term relationship. Like, I'm just going to do it on faith, right? I'm just going to have faith that you're going to be the person that I'm supposed to be with. That's what it's going to be. Would you ever do that? No, you would never do that. If you're in your right mind, right?
How many people? I mean, are we talking?
Who would do that?
Well, what I'm saying, but you don't know. You don't know. You don't get to know how many that person has been or been with. You just have to take it on faith. You just like everything's faith.
But what about me? What about how many people I want to be with?
That doesn't matter. That's not part of the equation. The equation is what they've done. What are you going to take them on faith?
Well, yeah, no, that kind of does depend on the equation and all of that. Like, if
I don't think it does, because what I'm asking is,
otherwise you're fucking going into an ownership type of position rather than an actual position of being a mutual position of saying we agree on these terms based off these things. So if I were to say that I'm going to be in a monogamous relationship with somebody based off these terms and everything, and that would be a mutual contract between us and all that, regardless of gender or identity, whatever the fuck outside of that, we would already agree. We would already agree to those things. You know what I mean?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Everything you said, ownership is not ever, for me anyway, is not in the equation. It is simply, it's this simple. I am me, and I have my story, my backstory, who I have and have not been with, and I'm simply going to take your word on faith on what you have and have not been with, and what you have and have not experienced, and not just sexually, but it could be drug use and needles, and like there could be all this other shit that plays into it, right? And I'm just gonna take it on faith that you're the one for me, without investigating, without being a proper skeptic. Would anybody ever do that? No.
Not good logic or reason. Yep.
Right? And even if you break it down to, let's take all that out of it. If I go to a mechanic, okay, I don't take my mechanic's word for a goddamn thing, right? Because I already know what they're in it for. I need to know that you have a good track history. I need to be able to check that and check results and reviews, and if all of a sudden that I'm finding that this mechanic, it's like 1 out of every 5 or 10 people that leave, like their brakes go out after they leave and they crash and hit somebody.
Mhm.
I'm not fucking going, right? I'm not going because I required evidence. I required some type of backing to their work. I would never just take it on faith. Be like, oh, I heard you did a great job. This is a really, really shitty place, and I can tell you're missing a few tools in here that are they're pretty important to changing my tires and brakes and shit like that. But I'm going to do it on faith because you know what? All of those other fuckers, all those.
But hey, what if you aren't that even? What if you aren't that far along? What if you're just the dude that's fucking changing tires out and doesn't know any better, and the dude above him and told him that this is what you do, and he's just taking it on faith.
Well, then faith fucked everybody.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with faith.
All right, I can agree with that.
All right, y'all. I am tired. I'm tired.
Sleep is
All
the
right.
cousin of death.
Yeah. But I really need to figure out because if somebody was to ask me about morality, I wouldn't even know what to tell them because I don't know. I don't really. I mean, I
Damn,
hear
really?
I hear everybody talking about where morality comes from, and it's just I'm like I like when this atheist says I'm like I like that, and when this side says I like that. It's like I don't know. I just like it all as long as it don't come from the God part. If they say anything but that, I'm cool. It's just like I kind of agree with everybody, right?
Well, it's
So it's
and
like
what so as a little teaser because I don't know if I'll be able to listen tomorrow night because that'll be our last night prepping and everything for the tournament. But
mhm.
what's your view on it?
That's what I'm saying. I don't really have a view on
You
morality.
keep getting me fucking sucked into this shit. You're
I
gonna have
just
a
don't.
white fucking
I
Nazi dude from Ohio just always on the show. It's gonna fuck up the whole atheist rants thing. I don't know. I'm gonna fuck it all up. This is where I'm gonna feel.
It's Sneed. Is that right? Sneed.
Sneed. Yeah, that's it.
So what's your
You can go by
what's your
Schnood. I don't know.
Schnood, Schneed,
Schnood.
Schnad?
Schnood. Yeah.
What's your grounding for morality?
I don't know.
Oh my god!
I have no morals.
Well,
I'm a
you're the
heathen.
typical atheist.
He's
Yeah,
a
you're the typical
Nazi.
atheist.
He's a Nazi.
I'm a Nazi. They already labeled me as that. I'm good.
So if this helps at all when you go into it tomorrow night,
Mhm.
I'm in the school of thought and I'm
I
still
got
learning and I'm
Mhm.
still gathering information. But so T Jump has a great model. Tom Jump has a great model
I don't
for.
like him.
Cool. I do. He's a great friend of mine. He has a great model for morality, and it's basically if you impede on mine or others' will and
Mhm.
what we want, that's what we would consider to be immoral. So if you think that you get to dictate what I do or don't do, or you try to impede that or stop that, that would be considered immoral.
Well, pin him down on systemic racism and get him to give you a fucking actual answer, and I would agree with him. You aren't able to do that. He's on the same grounds as Dave P. Silverman. That's where
I gotta,
I've
but
seen
like,
him. I've seen him fucking debate Vosh on shit, and he don't do too well. He don't
Okay,
do too well at all.
And I'll say this, and Tom's not here to defend himself, so I won't go any
No,
further than this. Um,
but I've
is
called him out on it on other fucking people's shit too, and yeah, he
okay?
doesn't have any better answer there either.
All right, and it's all as far as you can have you're entitled to your opinion, but I know Tom on screen, like on the YouTubes, but I also know him off screen, and I can tell you there's a lot of people that have a lot of misconceptions of him because of the on screen debates and
Yeah,
characters.
I would love to have him on screen at any point, at any time, as a white fucking person, and tell me that systemic racism isn't a thing, which he
Mhm.
does, and he muddles it down to that it's a class thing, that systemic racism doesn't exist and it's a class thing. So
Okay.
yeah,
And
you would
I'm
fucking
not
debate me on that.
yep.
Tom
Well,
Jump,
yeah. Well,
TJ
I was about
Jump.
to say I'm not
No,
because
not
because
you, not you, but
because
him
I do
specifically.
believe that there is very much systemic.
Me, Chris Watson, we would all love to fucking debate this topic. Chris Watson is on the Triple Po podcast, the postmodern polymaths podcast. We would all love to fucking debate Tom Jump on this shit because he is a fucking piece of shit and he keeps fucking yeah. Vosh took him down a while ago and he still continues. And he's on ACA, which still pisses me off.
Who is?
Tom Jump.
No, he's not. What are you talking about?
He wasn't on that not that long ago. Maybe I'm mistaken then.
On ACA? No.
Yeah.
No.
Not on Atheist Experience?
No.
No.
Nope.
Couple years ago? Not even then?
It's been quite a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but like, Tracy Harris and all of them fucking stepped off, and it's been because of a lot of shit going on.
Ooh, so I won't say it on air, but if
I
people have
wouldn't
told you,
either.
yeah, if people have told you that that's connected to Tom, you've been misinformed. I would say.
No, not with Tom, but just in general with things going on with all of that area. And Tom Jump, as far as that goes, I don't know. Wasn't he on not that long ago? No,
No, Tom's a great friend of mine, and I don't keep
great friend with
I don't keep dumbasses around me. I don't keep racists around me. That's not what I do.
a lot of people
I can tell you.
if they don't know it.
I could tell you. Well, we talk about all kinds of shit, and there's a lot of things that get misconstrued online and on screen, and people form their opinions of people. And that's the thing is
I
all
would
of us can
love
have
for him,
opinions.
and
All
I
of us
would
can have
love,
opinions, and they're like
yeah,
assholes. We all got them.
and I would love for him to straighten them out. And it's kind of that same thing of like, you got this book that goes by this set of rules and shit, and you keep going by that set of rules, and you keep fucking saying these same things over and over again. And then, yeah, that kind of defines you as how you are and what you fucking think that you're doing. And that's what Tom Jump has fucking done.
Well, to you,
No,
to
not
you,
just to me. No, not just to
well,
me.
bro. Like, hold up, bro. Like, we've been cool all night. Like, what's
No, it's not about me and you. Yeah. He's a horrible fucking debater. I can say that. And I can't say that I am the best debater. But by those aspects, like, dude, I have seen Vosh take him down without. I mean, it's
is that subjective or objective?
Either. I don't know.
I feel like from the tone of your voice and the look you're giving me in the camera right now, it is definitely subjective.
I mean, what do you want to consider subjective and objective at that point?
Well, somebody owning somebody in a debate where it's a conversation would always come
Where
down
it's a
to
conversation over systemic racism being a thing, and Tom Jump is on the end of it not being a thing.
Well, what I'm saying in a debate,
Mm-hmm.
debates are graded as who comes the most prepared, who presents their argument the best. It doesn't mean you agree with it.
No, but when
it's
somebody's playing a video game and they're able to out debate the person that's not, and they just keep pushing their little debate forward, where are you going with that? I think we've gotten.
There we go.
There we go.
Sorry, I don't know why my computer keeps doing that.
No, I was saying, like, at that particular thing, Vosh and him were both in a debate, and Vosh was basically playing a video game at that point and being able to out debate T Jump that wasn't.
Okay,
And
so Tom does that to people all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He'll play a video game and demolish them in a debate, if that's the words we want to use for it. So my question would be, and this is where being me trying to be again a proper skeptic, have you ever got to like one-on-one? Have you ever talked to Tom? Have you ever had a conversation with Tom?
No, I'd love to.
Okay, so you've based your opinion on what you've seen on screen, is that correct?
I mean, as well as we can, beyond anybody else. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you gonna do? You gonna say Trump isn't an asshole because I haven't talked to him one on one? Like, what
No,
the fuck? That's kind of.
no. I think that's I don't think that's a fair comparison because we can dig up, we can
I
go
don't think
online.
any of it's a fair comparison with that. Like, I don't understand where you're getting at with
Okay.
that.
Well, this way, and we don't have to waste a bunch more time doing this.
I
But
haven't
my
talked
point
to
is,
Botch on
uh,
one on one either.
my point is, we can go research all the shit we want on Trump. It's there.
Yeah.
We can get a good backing of evidence and what supports
Mm-hmm.
that. All you have to go on with T Jump is what you've seen on the YouTubes or what
And
somebody has said about
yeah,
it.
and the
So
same with
what I
David
would
P.
say,
Silverman.
what
Where
what
where would
what
we
I
go
would
with
say
those?
is there's a lot of people that don't like me. There's a lot of people
Mhm.
on YouTube that don't like me, but they've never met me. And once people get to know me, like, oh, this dude's a big teddy bear. Like he loves people.
The
He loves having
difference
fun.
is that yeah, okay. I Alright, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
No, you're good. I'm just always going to push back when things are said like that, without actually meeting and getting to not meet in person, but even if it's one on one on screen and being able to have a real life dialogue with somebody. It's hard for me to swallow that when somebody says that, oh, I feel this way about this person, even though you've never spoken to them. That's I think it's fair for me to push back on that.
Okay.
Mm.
But anyway,
I would
morality.
invite him to meet me at any fucking point, at any time, you know, within my capabilities. Because I'm sure he has more capabilities than I do. So, yeah, I would love to have his spectacles and my fucking spectacles at any point.
I wear spectacles. Actually, I got contacts in, but normally I wear spectacles.
Yeah.
Oh, you you were about to say something, but you never got to it. I don't even know what you're about to say.
No, it's okay.
Well, I was going to jump into the just for because like I said, I probably I'll try, but I probably won't be able to listen tomorrow night. But the morality thing when it comes to Christians and to atheists and how they ground it, they it's the well, like I was on that night when Catholic traditionalist and Darth both jumped on and they want to go through their presuppositional bullshit. Um, no, you don't get just to presuppose a God and the morality of that God. You have to be able to demonstrate it. And for where we're at as atheists, yes, morality is there, and it is part of evolution. We've evolved into understanding that okay, if we just keep killing each other, guess what? There won't be us anymore. If we don't take care of each other, there won't be us anymore. So that is
Systemic
very.
racism. You keep ignoring that.
I knew you were going to bring that back up.
Oh yeah, because it's so inconvenient.
Oh, bro, you act like I'm not the one. Like I'm with
No,
you.
no,
Like,
no, no. No, but it just all right.
like you're going at the wrong guy. Like I'm actually in your corner on that
I
argument.
know. I've been there and done that. The motherfuckers that are still on that are not even there. Like, okay.
Yeah, like we're cool. Like I'm actually with you. I believe
I know.
racism and systemic racism is a real thing. Like we're on the same page. But when it comes to morality within a theist and an atheist worldview, um, I would much more quickly or easier depend on evolution and us evolving into the place of taking care of each other and looking out for each other in our primal efforts than,
Right.
oh, there's a God and boom, we love each other. Let's
Yeah.
take care of each other.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's so many. Like I've heard so many different people say where morality comes from. I'm just like I just like I just like to hear people talk about it. I don't have my own, you know, definition. I just listen. When it comes to this, I say I don't know and I just listen. Cause I don't want to be, you know.
Yeah, and when there's certain apologists that come on, whether it's a precept or your traditional, uh, firm like inerrant,
All right. Oz.
biblical. Yes.
Yeah, I'm curious where you're presuppositionalists. Where do you distinguish the line between them and Christians? Um, I just have trouble because I came from a presup background, so I don't know
Mhm.
where that actual line is. I you know.
It's actually a great question. There's it's a very fine line, in my opinion. So your presuppositionalists are the ones that they're just blatantly there is um, everything is therefore God, right? Everything is therefore God. And then the fine line from a precept argument to I guess just an apologist argument is, well, we will try to show you and demonstrate this God's existence through young Earth creationism, or something along those lines,
Mm.
where it's not so much a precept as trying to base it, still trying to inject science into the argument, when really science can't be injected in that argument because
I
just
mean,
based.
is it really science at that point?
Well,
Is it
yeah,
the study of nature?
well, that you took the words right out of my mouth, because even if we look at before I left the last time, where I said the funniest scripture in the Bible to me is in the beginning, because they're trying to act like they know
Right.
about science. It's that you know nothing, because back in those days, nobody knew what fucking science was. Like in the
Yeah.
beginning, how the fuck do you even know what the beginning is?
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you know how the sun and the moon and the earth and the rest of the planets were going to rotate? How did you didn't know that shit? And guess what?
Right.
Whoever wrote that goddamn book, you weren't there. How the fuck do you know? You know. So I think it's a fine line, because they still kind of they both. Well, the precepts 100% precept. The kind of
Mhm.
the young Earth creationists, they kind of straddle that line where it's like we're still presupposing the God, but we're still going to try to use a little bit of science that we pretend we know
Yeah.
to try to substantiate that claim. You know,
Okay.
which I will give. I will give the precepts one thing: when they can get into conversations with people that have not encountered them before, they they know that it's all offense. It's all offense when the precepts come into the room. Um, if you could compare it to a basketball game, they they want to play all offense. They want to play all
Mm.
offense. Like they're your boy Hardy, or Harden, James Harden. They're your boy James Harden. They want to play all offense, no defense, right? And as soon as you start to make them play defense, they get shitty. They rage quit. They go away, because there is no demonstrating of any type of evidence, right? Where you have to give it to the young Earth creationists, even though they sound really, really stupid and really, really dumb when they're trying to present this shit as science. They at least try to incorporate something that may symbolize or appear to be some form of science, or evidence, even though it's not like even the flood. There's one of my best friends is an archaeologist, and he's like, dude, the fucking flood just never fucking happened. It just never fucking happened. You know, and it's like stuff like that. It's like I hear you, and I love you, and I want to hug you because you're trying, like you're trying really hard, but you're still failing. You're still failing to demonstrate that a God exists.
So you think the flood happened or
No,
no?
no, no,
No,
no,
he
no.
was
Okay,
he
I'm
was saying he
sorry.
has a buddy that's an
Got you.
archaeologist.
Got
Yeah.
you. Got you. Okay.
Yeah, he's an archaeologist. And I remember when I first was going through my deconstruction and deconversion process, and he kept telling me, he's like, dude, I know this is going to wreck your world, but there
Yeah.
was no flood. There was no
Yeah.
flood. The shit never happened. I'm like, God, fuck you. You know?
Oh, dude, I had people tell me that, like, dude, there's pictures of shit of like Noah's Ark on fucking Mount Sinai or wherever the fuck. Yeah, there's fake fucking photos up.
Yeah,
And
I'll say this, and then I know the host is getting tuckered. I know he's getting tuckered. So
yeah,
I'll say
I think I wore him
I'll
out.
say it's I get off because I literally I don't know that I ever sleep. But I'll say this with the flood because it's kind of funny to me. When you look at the dimensions on the boat, and you think about how many animals, forget humans,
Mm,
you think about how many fucking animals are on that boat. Then you include the humans. Was it 7 of them or 9 of them, something like that?
so,
Yeah.
And they were there. If you go do the math, and I've done it several times to make sure I was accurate. If you go do the math in the book,
Somebody
were
was fucking a
were
goat. That's
oh,
all
somebody
there
definitely
was to it.
yes, somebody fucked something. Yeah. But they were literally on that boat for a linear year. If you go do the math, a linear year. So I want to know a few things, and I need answers to the questions, Christians. First of all, a linear year, all of these animals, not even talking about the humans yet, all of these animals, where did they shit and where did they piss? I want to know that. Where did all the feces go? Where did they piss? Then the next thing I want to know is for an entire linear year, we have wild animals like lions and tigers and shit. And then we also have like lambs and sheep and shit. Like, what did they eat? Because eventually the lions are like, I'm fucking hungry. I'm eating everything in this bitch. I'm eating everything in this bitch. Right. So we have that. Then, like, even if they did shit everywhere, like, where did they put it? Like, where does it go? Because eventually the level of toxicity in the atmosphere there, in the oxygen, would have become deadly. It would have become
mm,
toxic and
Yeah,
deadly, right?
there's statistics of how much piles of shit, how many pounds of piles of shit, and it's like tons that
Yes,
they would have to scoop off every
yes.
fucking day.
And where did it go? Where did it
Yeah,
go? Where the fuck did it go? Right?
yeah.
So then we have all the animals doing this shit in a linear year. And then how many of those female animals that get on there were pregnant? Now we're having babies. Now we're adding this shit because I guarantee you some of them were pregnant. At least a handful had to be pregnant when they got put on the boat, right?
Yeah. What
Now,
species end up with more litters than others as well? Like you'd have there's so much offset to all of that.
yeah. And then last but not least, we got the 7 or whatever humans. Where did y'all eat? Where did y'all piss and shit? Like, where did y'all do your normal bodily activities? Because these animals done took up all the goddamn room. They done fucking shit and piss everywhere. Where are you doing? And then, like, where you sleeping? Where you fucking? Where's all that stuff happening? Because are you doing it next to the goat? Are you doing it next to the pig? Like that boat, when you look at the dimensions and all the
Next to the
fucking animals,
goat.
everything, there's no room. Like it's literally like everybody's like shoulder to shoulder in there. So you're fucking next to the goat, the pig, the wolf, the owl, the something, and maybe they had a threesome with the owl. I don't know, but I
There's
digress.
There's still footage today. I don't know.
Man,
Pornhub.com.
Hallelujah.
Holy fuck.
Amen.
oh man. Oh man. Okay, y'all. I got to
All
get
right.
off this thing.
I definitely do too by now.
I'll see you tomorrow if you come. Salute. You too, Oz. All
Oh,
right, man.
definitely, man.
All right, my man.
I
Appreciate you.
appreciated seeing both of you. Thank you.
All right, y'all.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Soldier says, "Hey, young brother, you left yourself wide open for that one. I still be running that one." Oh man, hey, I didn't even mean for that to come out like that. I just wanted to tell y'all about my experience, man. I didn't think it was gonna come out like that, and I just ended up making a fool of myself on the chat, man. All right, you guys, man. We're gonna be back on tomorrow. I appreciate y'all for coming.